Yeah, Mr. Dhanasekaran, can you hear us?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, we can also hear you well. Thank you very much.
Very
smallest thing you can neither see nor measure, that demands the return of illness, dignity demands a simple device that repairs your heart valves so you can get moving in no time. Dignity demands once-a-day medication that lets you decide the pace of your day. Dignity demands technology that lets your heart stay connected to your doctor, so you know it's beating as it should.
Yeah, he's there. Okay. All right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday we had really an exhaustive day, and I'm happy there was so much of interest which is generated A lot of people were asking questions, so much of interaction between the panelists and the delegates. I think that was the objective, that we should have the maximum possible information, and I'm sure a lot of people were benefited with yesterday's talk. Today's talk are going to be very interesting because these are the areas where we are concerned in our day-to-day life. So we have two sessions. The first thing is about the travel insurance, the car insurance, hospital and the equipment insurance, which we deal every day in our life. And second session is on the Ayushman Bharat. So to begin with, we start with the first session, and for this first session, we have Mr. Dhanasekaran, who is joined online from Chennai. And let me just introduce him. He will be the expert and the moderator for this first session. Mr. Dhanasekaran is with us. He's joining on Zoom from Chennai. He has a 40 years of experience, very senior person. He has a 40 years of experience in this field. Initially, he worked with the State Bank and then the central government bank. Then he joined a New India Assurance Company as a head in the Chennai. Then he joined Aon Global Insurance Services, which is a multinational broking organization. And for last 7 years, he is in Sri Lanka, Colombo, as the director of IRM Lanka Private Limited. So he has a huge experience in this particular area where there is asset insurance. And in spite of his busy schedule, he has assured us that he will be available for this time. He was very busy in his schedule, and it was tough time to get him online. But sir, we are extremely thankful for you to join us, and hope the comments and your answers will be very useful to all of us. So with this short introduction, let us start the first talk, which is on the international travel insurance and overview. This will be done by Dr. Kamaljit. Well, for this audience, Kamaljit doesn't require any introduction. One thing I've realized, especially when I'm interacting intensely for the last 2 years, that he's heavily into finance, into trading, into the stock market, equity. He has studied a lot on that. And what is more important for all of us to take and learn from him, that he was not at all in this equity market about 3 years back. And in last 2 years, when he started studying and this, he has made so much of progress that he has gone ahead of everybody who has been listening and who has been doing and working in stock market for last 20 years. So the kind of grasp he has of the subject and the kind of application which he can do it is really enormous. And I'm sure he is going to tell us about the international travel, what are the nuances, what we must look into it. So many times we just go abroad, and whatever somebody tells us that, okay, this travel agent said this is an insurance policy, and we don't even look at it. But when it comes to the claim, taking the claim, then we realize there are problems. And these are real problems. I'll just tell you one simple story. That there was one tour which was organized by the West Zone in Japan. Sanjay Kulkarni must be knowing it, was a part of it. And during this tour, it was a 7-8 days tour, and Dr. H.L. Patel, very senior person, he had a problem in Japan when the tour was on. And Rohit also probably was there at that time. And then he had to be admitted. He required some emergency treatment, ICU treatment. His son had to fly there, and then they had to get him there. And then we realized how important is this, because anything can happen anytime. So I invite Dr. Kamaljit to tell us what are the nuances of the international travel insurances. Please, over to you. And Mr. Dhanasekaran, once all these talks are over, we will take your comments, and there are a lot of questions from the audience that will ask for your expert comments. Thank you.
That will be my pleasure, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Sadhna sir. I acknowledge the presence of the senior USI members, the fellow colleagues, and fellow urologists who have traveled from different parts of the country. I'm overwhelmed by the kind words Dr. Sadhna sir said. the growth has been, there are people who are instrumental in my acquiring knowledges when somebody stimulates you. The first of the credit goes to Sabna sir himself, and then my fellow colleagues, Dr. Anish, Amit, Sachin, and Dr. P.P. Singh in particular. So today I start my the presentation and the first presentation of the day, that is on the travel insurance. We all have been traveling. The topic is only on the international travel, but I will be trying and try to cover everything possible what is there. Now, the first of the thing, I'm not an expert into it. My first love still remains to be urology. Please cross-check with your expert. This all information, whatever I've acquired, is based on the internet. I've taken a lot of precautions while preparing it, and for any kind of shortcomings, I seek your forgiveness. Now, topics which I intend to cover is some basic facts about the international travel, types of travel insurance we have, why we need a travel insurance, coverage and premium involved, inclusion and the exclusions, frequent flyer at the backpack schemes, what to look before you buy a travel insurance, and something beyond all this also in the end. Now, what are the facts? Now, just go back and look into yourself. These are the facts which actually happen. Why we travel? Because we want to travel. That is a bucket travel list. Romantic getaway, most of us are off this list, but younger urologists are part of it. So these are the common reasons why we travel anywhere from our home place. Now, these are the kind of packing checklist we all tend to make. If you look at it very carefully, there is something which is missing. You will not find travel insurance as a part of our checklist before we start packing it. 45% of the persons who have claimed any travel insurance are based only on the health insurance because they don't know what they are actually covering on. And 20% have no idea what travel insurance means actually. If you did a survey was done by CNBC, they found 56% of the travelers don't plan to buy travel insurance. 23% only plan to buy it, and 21%, the remaining one, will think, okay, we may buy, we may not buy. Why? Because the myths are there. What can happen to me? This is very common with all of us. Why spend an additional amount as I have other coverages? I don't go on adventure trips, so I don't need any best travel insurance. I'm not traveling abroad, so I buy travel insurance. I can take care of expenses out of my pocket. This is the most detrimental thing which we all have. At least 1 in 5 is for me. I admit to it. So we end up not picking up the travel insurance. And if you do a reasoning test out of all of these, you will get most of the people are only, we just didn't think about it. And if you go down, the last two is very funny. The family would cover the cost. So we are giving the cost back to the family. And the third one is I'm financially secure. Now let's go for a time, and it should be a change for all of you. And we'll start from a scratch. So we'll start with everything right from the basics. Now, what are the types of travel insurances we have? So it can be international travel insurance, group travel insurance, senior citizen, student travel insurance, family travel, and domestic travel insurance. So these are the various names which are given to travel insurances. Now, what is the meaning of a travel insurance? It's a type of insurance that covers different risks while traveling. It covers your medical expenses, lost luggage, flight cancellation, and other losses. We will come into details of them later on. And the purpose is to protect against any financial losses or any other kind of risk that could happen during traveling. Now, what is an international health insurance? Now, travel insurance and health insurance are different things. When you're relocating to another country for a specific period of time, then you need an international health insurance. While travel is only for the duration you're traveling and is for emergency medical care. Now, the family is the standard what is hum do, hamare do is the usual coverage. The insurance company can go up till 4, and some companies, if you have not read properly, they only cover one child. the child has to be dependent under the age of 25, under age of 18, sorry. And they should be residing at the same address as you are. If the child has moved to another place or his document has a different address, he will not be covered. Now, this is for the domestic travel. We all travel a lot, but we don't pick up even while buying our tickets. We don't buy our travel insurances. Then this is what is happening to most of us. We are seeing the young brain draining out of this country. And this is a travel insurance, which is for the students which go abroad to study. Then is for the senior citizens. That covers any kind of medical eventualities. So these are very simple. I'm just trying to show you what are the types of it. Now, this is what when we all planned. It's a group travel insurances. Usually it will protect a bunch of travelers together who are traveling overseas at the same time. You cannot have a different traveling dates. So it will only protect you for traveling on the same time. The policies might change from company to company, but this is the basic definition which you put on Google. So most of the definition which I have picked up are from the Google when you punch these words. Now, why we need travel insurance is the next topic I'm going to cover. It. Why you need? You need it the moment you plan it. The basic first thing is the missed flight. If this is not included in your policy, it will not be paid to you. Lost baggage or money stolen, lost passport, accident or sicknesses, trip cancellation or curtailment, occurrence of a natural calamities, accidental demise or a permanent disabilities. Now, what a travel insurance covers is, it covers you against the trip cancellation, trip delays or interruptions, baggage loss, delays, mishap, rental car damage or theft. We like to go to US and rent out a car. If the car gets stolen, then who pays for it? Then is the medical part is emergency medical care, emergency dental care, medical evac. If you are doing a safari, you have to have a travel insurance with medical evac. You will maybe in the center of a jungle, bitten by a snake or maybe attacked by a wild animal. And if you don't have a evac with you, you will end up paying huge amount of money. If unfortunate things happens and we are not able to, we go out of this world, then bringing back the remains is also covered into it. The related is medical transportations to the local hospital of your own choice. I was surprised that nobody thought of COVID. This is the most important reason why we need to have travel insurance during COVID times. If you are having a travel insurance which doesn't cover COVID, then you are not having a proper COVID time travel insurance. Many companies have started offering it. Future Generali, Star Insurance, almost everybody is now offering COVID. This thing is. It is likely to cover based upon what you have chosen in the inclusion and exclusion criteria, the medical care, the quarantine, cancellation cost if it happens. Now, this cancellation doesn't usually cover when it on the lockdown. It only happens when you're tested COVID-19 positive. So we don't like to be COVID-19 positive anywhere. So this is if you have to have benefit under the COVID-19 scheme insurances, you have to test positive or your fellow passenger has to test COVID-19 positive. Any cancellation, if it's not properly documented, will not be covered due to lockdowns. So whenever we are traveling during the COVID times, that is next 3 or 4 years, we should have a very proper care and we should read what does it come. Now suddenly a Omicron has come. Maybe 6 months down we will have Unicron. Then we will have a blaster COVID. We don't know what is going to come. So whenever we are planning, we should buy reading the documents properly. Now what is the coverage and the premium which is involved is? I'm just going to take a very basic slide on these things. A single trip for 1 week for an adult of 35 years will cost around about $16 to us. If for 2 weeks, it is $22. And 3 weeks, it is 27.9 and subsequently go. But if you make an annual, you are planning to have more than 2 visits outside, then it's better to buy an annual one It brings down the cost to almost half. It's just $27. And this is where the Indians are expert. The price is the most important factor. So when you are planning more than one trip, always buy an annual policy rather than to buy a single time policies. Please, brands, I'm not very sure about which brands are good, which are bad. I normally pick up with the government thing. And yesterday it was said that always have a agent who's very close to you. Now the premium will depend upon what kind of sum you want to get insured for, the types of the plan, whether it is a single trip or an annual trip, destination. First, like US, Canada, Australia, United Kingdom, the cost is a little higher, so the premiums are bound to be a little more. If you are planning to do an adventure sports, always add on to it. Then the duration of the stay, the longer is the stay, the more is the premium required, and the age of the travelers. Most of us will be crossing 45, 50, so we will be paying little higher premiums. Don't ruin your vacation if you don't buy a travel insurance by not buying a travel insurances. A basic overseas travel insurance should cover around about $100,000 for medical, $10,000 for any pre-existing illnesses, $50,000 any optionals. You have a lot of options for checking. So more you check in, the more you are going to pay premium, and it's better to pay a little more because we don't know when the accidents are bound to happen to us. Now, these are the plans which are available. I picked up from the internet. Almost all the insurance company reputed are part of it. They are offering more than what is desirable. 100,000 was required. They are giving it for 250,000 for all of us. Most of them are almost the same. So whenever you pick up, try to buy is research first. Speak, since we are all from medical fraternity, so we know our in and outs of our body. Contact the agent and start asking about only inclusion and the exclusions. Read it on the document. That is going to be it. Make it sure the inclusion and exclusion page has his sign also. And always keep on asking questions and then only pay. Now, what is included and what is excluded? So any cancellation, trip delay, trip interruption, hospitalization, medical claims, baggage loss, personal documents loss, and some hotel accommodation problems, they are all part of it. Provided you have shared your itinerary with him, your agent will always ask, sir, apna na wo vouchers de dena. That is the meaning of they are covering that hotel delay. Now, what are excluded? Included to sabko pata hai, excluded kya? If your passport you have lost and you have not complained, it's not registered there, it won't be covered. For any pre-existing illness, if you have not ticked before taking it, it is not covered. Any mental incapability, depression, you end up doing something to you, and psychiatric ailments, if you are carrying and you are not disclosed it, they are not covered. If you are only traveling abroad for medical treatment, they are not going to cover it. And if your doctors had prescribed you that you should not travel, then also, and you have still traveled, they will not going to give you. Now, this is one very interesting thing which I found it on it. The people who are frequent flyers. This is from the United Kingdom's the backpacker list they have given. They give it up till the age of 85, multiple trips, all ranging from 31 to 45 days, and they cover on a lot of things. But what are backpackers actually? These are individuals who pack up everything in one single bag, and they are the trekkers or the adventurous we come across. Very seldom you will find couples as the part of the backpacker schemes. It's a very low cost and an independent travel, and it includes an inexpensive stays. We will find them staying in lodges only, and all possessions are carried in a small backpack. Usually taken up by youths, and very seldom it's by the elderly population, and it's only as a career break or retirement. The period can range from anywhere between 12 to 24 months. They have been traveling, and they travel in and out of their parent country again and again. I will skip this slide. Under COVID-19 schemes, they are also given a coverage, and these are if you are diagnosed as COVID-19 or you are cancellation because you tested COVID-19 in your parent country itself, then also it is covered as. But if the government put up a travel restrictions, then you are not covered in the backpacker schemes. Now, what to look for when you are buying a travel insurance? There are a couple of very things which are not, I have shown it. They are not part of it. They will come in the end now. Length of stay in the abroad countries or your destinations, amount you want to get covered, the distance of travel. Now, the fourth point is most important. If you are planning any adventurous sport, declare it before you are buying your policy, because this will change everything. If you are doing a river rafting and unfortunately you fall in river and you end up having any kind of fracture or maybe a mishappening, even more than that, it will be only covered if you have taken this in the part of it. Side trips and extra destinations all need to be done. You can't plan at the last that I'm going to do a bungee jumping. That will not be covered because you have not disclosed it. Medical conditions and a pre-existing illness all need to be done. Always check what all you are covered for, whether you want it for the single trip or single city or for multiple places. So always share your full itinerary with the agent. Compare the plans. Always, I have the habit, I put 3 or 4 agents into competitions. I keep on checking. They tell me the loopholes of the other person. So I ultimately get by the best one out of it. Now, this is, I'm saying you out of my personal experience. 2019, I was traveling to England. That time, Dr. Anil Ellens, the North Zone, was traveling to Greece. And I was planning to go to England for around 10 days. And I left the travel insurance to the last day. To realize that getting up at 2nd October, 9 a.m. in London, I just realized that I was not carrying any travel insurance. I called up my agent and he said, sorry, sir, I can't do anything. Now pray to God that nothing happens to you till 12th of October. So if you are planning to do it, the last moment, don't do it. Buy it the moment you buy the ticket. Because unfortunately, if something medically happens, unfortunately, you have a fracture. Your trip gets cancelled. Now you have a medical reason for your trip cancellation. Your cancellation of the tickets are borne by the company. If you leave it to the last day, your trip cancellation, whatever charges you have paid to the agent, that won't be refunded to you. So always read the documents, inclusion and exclusion very carefully. It's as important as seeing your visas on your passport and carrying your passport. Now, this is what the topics I intended to cover when I started it. Now I'm going to give some bonus. Do's and the don'ts. Everything. What are the do's? See, you won't be able to take the pic. It is I can barely read it myself here, so you won't be able to take it. Know what is covered. What medical treatment facilities are available in that country, which is the best medical center in that country or the place you are going. Like say I was in Kenyan Safari, I was in Masai Mara. So I had to note 3 centers of very good medical reputation in Nairobi because that is the nearest place for a medevac. So wherever you are, you should know where you need to do it. If you are having pre-existing illnesses, disclose it immediately. Don't try to hide it. If you are trying to have an expensive trip, cover it immediately. Compare and save your money. Don't wait to buy at the last moment. I have learned it very, very hard way. Don't assume everything is covered just because your agent said it. Always read it yourself. We are educated persons. We should read it. Don't rely on your credit cards that I have this much money in this thing. I can spend different. They won't come to your help that much. You will very soon run out of money very early in a broad country. If you have not put up a checklist or adventurous activities, do not try to do it as a last minute because if anything happens, then you are responsible for it. Don't miss your flight and then say that my trip got cancelled. This will not be covered. So, where is your fault or not? It is very difficult to prove that you have missed your flight or there was something else. This is not possible. So always leave in time, reach in time, and board on time. What are disadvantages of having a travel insurance? We are talking of all advantages. Now I'm coming on to something which is very different. What are disadvantages of it? Most of them don't cover the pre-existing illnesses. It comes with a lot of loopholes. Yesterday we had all of discussion on the health insurance. All those loopholes are here. The companies are known to reject it on very minor issues. आपने सर ये नहीं लगाया, वो नहीं लगाया, आपकी आइटिनरी में ये मेंशन नहीं था कि आप यहाँ जाओगे. If you are doing, you're staying in Taj at some place and you're doing adventurous activity somewhere else and it's not mentioned on the itinerary, they can reject on these things also. And the worst thing which we fear and the main reason, it will remain unused. This is the main disadvantage. Now comes the loopholes. The main reason for the loopholes is we have not read the documents and the agent knows it. We do not understand what qualifies under a cancelled trip. What pre-existing illness, even if you have take the pre-existing illness, there may be few exclusion in them also. Read what are pre-existing illness as per their definitions. Coverage exclusions are the most important thing, one must read it. Incomplete documentation is a claim rejection, and enrolling too late or submitting it too late is almost a rejection. So don't forget to pack your travel insurance before you even start packing your undergarments for the peace of the mind. So it gives you a lot of help, security, safety, coverage, confidence and protection. But in case you forget it, maza aayega fir to. You will find yourself without pants, unguaranteed, because the things are going to take a lot of money out of your pocket. So these are the top 10 travel insurance companies. This is as per the Google survey. We have almost all the best companies which are available. They are part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kamalji. You have covered it very nicely. And we'll take up the all the questions and comments once we finish all three lectures. So without wasting time, I invite Amit Gaur for the next talk, who is on the car insurance. Kamalji highlighted as to what we don't even see and where we come into trouble. When all of us, we have car, not only one, two, multiple cars, big cars, small cars. And what we don't look at car insurance, Amit is going to highlight on that. Then after third talk, we'll take the expert comments and then the questions. Amit.
Good morning. Once again, I would like to thank Subnis sir and Mallikarjun sir for this opportunity. Now, this particular insurance, I can assure you, nobody or majority of people don't go through it. It is just a required document which has to be in your car so that the police does not give you a challan. But this is a very important document because we will stress on some points on why exactly is this important and how to generate a particular interest in reading this. Suppose you are selling your car. What is the price you want to set for selling a particular car, no matter how old it is, how many kilometers it has run? But how to decide on a particular cost that is the minimum you should get from the buyer? We doctors are known to maintain our cars very well. So we have to stick to a good price so that at least the down payment of the next car comes from that. Now, the points of discussion. The first is the insured declared value. This is very important. This is the exact what is also the market rate of the car. The basic is I will discuss this in details. The basic what everybody or the Motor Vehicle Act says that everybody should have a third party insurance. Add on to that, then we have the comprehensive cover. Nowadays, we have to take, when you buy a new car, you have to take at least three years of comprehensive, and for your four-wheeler and for Two-wheelers, you have to have at least five years of comprehensive. What exactly comes comprehensive? We will cover that. What are the add-ons? There are multiple add-ons, and we need to go through each and everything because that is very important. When we buy a high-end car, especially, who gives a lot of gearbox issues or suspension issues, so you have to have some add-ons which will protect you in that. Because if you go for suppose a car like a Mercedes, its gearbox or its suspension will pull you down by about 3.5 to 4 lakhs. What exactly is standalone car insurance? No claim bonus. This is one important point which will help us to decrease the cost of the next car which you buy. How is the premium calculated? And what are the deductibles? The insured declared value. It is the same as the sum insured of any policy. It is calculated on the basis of manufacturer's selling price and depreciation. How old is your car? Suppose you buy a car which, like PP Rao sir is now having a Phaeton. That car currently the manufacturer is not producing. So there is a different way of calculating the IDV, the insured declared value. So we should know how that value has been calculated and how the insurer is giving us that particular value for that car. It is very important in claims of total loss. What exactly happened? There were some doctors who had gone to Uttarakhand and there were some flash floods and the cars were they were flooded. So it was declared as total loss. What exactly is total loss? Total loss is if the cost of revival of vehicle is more than 75%, the quotation which you get of the IDV, then you will get the whole amount of IDV in total loss. But there is also an add-on for that also. You can get that add-on. Your insurance which you have paid and the RTO you will have to forfeit. IDV is treated as market value throughout the policy period. So IDV is one point everybody should see in their policy. That is the minimum amount you should get while selling the car. Usually doctors, what they do is they give the car to the car bazaar. And whatever they offer, okay, theek hai, chal jayega. But this is very important. We don't come across this. Don't see it. What exactly is third-party insurance? This is mandatory. It is also known as third-party liability insurance. It covers liability for injuries and damages to others by the insured car. No matter you are driving or your driver is driving, it is covered with your particular third-party insurance of your car. It is mandatory according to Motor Vehicles Act. All motorists must be insured against their liability to other people and property. Premium for third-party insurance, it is fixed down according to depreciation by the IRDA. That is the basic minimum every car should have to ply on the road. Comprehensive cover is also known as bumper-to-bumper cover. You can take it for 1 year. In the beginning, you have to take it from the manufacturer, from the agency for 3 years. But after that, you can carry on for at least 1 year, you should have it. Covers damage to insured cars, accidents, any accidents, be it anybody's fault. Fire explosions. Suppose you have a fire because of short circuit in your particular car. That is also covered in comprehensive. Theft, natural calamities. They have a 15 lakhs personal accident cover within this. That is why it is known as comprehensive. And obviously it covers the third party insurance. What are the add-ons? Now this is what I would take some time on this slide. Now what happens is with time there is some depreciation of the cost of the car. So suppose you meet with an accident and your windscreen is gone, or your ABS sensors or your airbags are gone, your front bumper is gone. So with depreciation with time, their cost has come down. But you want to install a new one. So this will give you, you have to pay just minimum 1,000 rupees for comprehensive deductibles. And this will give you a new set of everything. This is known as zero depreciation cover, zero dep. This is very important. Return to invoice. This is in case of theft or total damage. These are all add-ons and I would suggest you to go for these. Now the third one is very funny. it is known as no claim bonus protection. Even if you take a claim and your no claim bonus for the subsequent year is 0, you still can avail for the no claim bonus in your subsequent policies if you have taken this particular add-on. They are contradicting themselves. Engine and gearbox protection. This is, I have come across some people who had some problems with their Jeep Compass gearboxes, and this particular add-on helped them, and the cost came down for about 2 to 2.5 lakhs. It was an automatic version. There were some issues. Emergency assistance cover. Those people, we had some issues who had got the new Skoda, this Koshak. The fuel pump had some problems. They had to be, the car got stranded on the middle of the road. Then they had to tow it. On-board towing is expensive. It comes around 10 to 15,000. This particular cover covers that. Downtime protection cover. Your car is in the garage and you are using a cab or you are using a car on rental. That particular, all bills are settled by this particular cover. So these are 6 covers I would suggest everybody to have as an add-on in their particular policy. Stand-alone car insurance. This is a step above the third party. Third party is mandatory. This is optional. This is just above. Shields you against cost incurred due to damages caused by fire, natural calamities, accidents. It is along with the third party. This is the second step. No claim bonus. It is the benefit given to an insured for no claims in the previous policy year. There's a strict percentage how much you will get in the next subsequent policy. It is available in comprehensive policy, is not available with third party. No claim bonus ranges from 20 to 50% based on successive claim-free years. If the claim is lodged, the NCB is lost in the subsequent year. It is given to the insured, this is very important, it is given to the insured person and not to the insured vehicle. On transfer of the vehicle, the insurance policy is transferable to the new owner, but not the no claim bonus. The original owner can use the no claim bonus. You will get a certificate from the previous policy provider. The original owner can use the no claim bonus for discounts on insurance of the new vehicle. Amount of no claim bonus is directly reduced from the new policy. No claim bonus is profitable from one it's portable from one insurance to another. Now, one more question I wanted to ask is, do you prefer to take an insurance from the agency or outside? Always you will find a difference around 25 to 40,000 when you buy a new car, because they have some margins, whatever it is. But if you take it from the company, they have a network that helps you a lot in the long run. You pay a price for that, I agree. But if you go to Policy Bazaar, you will find many new and schemes which are at least around 30 to 40% less than what he has quoted. But I would not prefer, because when you have to avail the insurance, these are the people who help you out. Factors affecting premium. Age of the car, older the car, higher the premium. Fuel types. Diesel, CNG cars have higher premium than petrol. Value of the car, higher the insured value, higher the premium. Now, these are some things which we need to understand, that if you have car safety features like ABS, airbags, collision warning alarm, anti-theft alarm, they reduce your premium. Engine capacity less than 1500, less premium, more than 1500 invites more premium. Now, what are deductibles? It is the amount over and above which the claim will be payable. Whatever your policy, you will have to pay 1,000 or 2,000 rupees in a comprehensive policy to claim the benefits. It is the amount one needs to pay for every claim. It starts from rupees 100 for two-wheelers and for 2,000 for private cars, till 2,000. That's all, sir. Thank you.
I'm sure there are a lot of questions and doubts, but we'll take it afterwards. So I invite Rohit Joshi for the next talk, and he is going to tell us about the other aspect of the hospital and equipment insurance. And this is an area which I think many of us are not aware of. We don't even take the insurance of the equipments what we buy. And if you have a nursing home, there are a lot of other things which, and he's going to throw light on that. So Rohit, please.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, let me acknowledge the efforts put in by Dr. Sabnis, sir, supported ably by Deepak and Chandra, to conceptualize the whole program, and the support as ever provided by the USI leaders, Keshav and Dr. Malik. And a special thanks to Malik for, let us having the experience of such a classic kind of, and it should be like a mini convention center. We can't call it as an auditorium. So thanks for all. Before we start to talk about how to go about our equipment insurance, let us have some case studies. These are personal experiences from fellow colleagues or mine. This was Holmium 100 volt yak laser. There was an intraoperative breakdown. You're doing full-up. Suddenly, the power supply failed. Although we had UPS, we had generator, which was on auto mode, as per the pre-installation requirements. Everything was put in there, but that 15-second jolt, it led to the damage. The damage was to the high voltage power supply of the laser, and this was very costly, 10 lakh rupees. Now there are two scenarios. I had no UPS. My laser was not on AMC. There was no preventive maintenance documented. Although the guy came and did everything, there was no documented. I never did the calibration. And the scenario second was the other guy had everything in order. So it's obvious that the claim was rejected in my case, but it got approved in his case. So this is what we are here to learn. Let's take a second example. This is a URS. Right now we are using, but 10 years back we had a URS from Wolf wherein there was a detachable breech. So that detachable breech got damaged and it was requiring a replacement. It was not repairable. Again, what happened was a busy urologist. He had several cases lined up. So he immediately sent the breech to the company, ordered the replacement, paid the money online. In 48 hours, he got new breech and he started operating cases. The other guy, though he was also busy, he asked surveyor, he was called upon, he inspected the things, then quotation was received from the company, shared with the insurance agencies, replacement received, and before starting to use that new bridge, it was again inspected by the surveyor and then the cases were operated. So there is no end to imagination what would have happened in scenario 1 and 2. So this is what difference between an educated person and little bit illiteracy on our part which can land us in trouble. So I'm here to convert all of you from scenario 1 to scenario 2. So Dr. Sabnis sir made a very tall claim that every insurance claim should be successful. Yes, but toll claim requires specific strategies. So we sat down and formulated strategies how to go about it, how to make this thing happen to all of you. And that is where we concluded that yes, we will deliver, but the color didn't like us. So we'll all make you champions in the blue. But do we need insurance? First, that question struck me. Then I looked the clip. Kamalji talked about bungee jumping. Kamalji, this fellow forget to tie the rope to the lady and the lady lost her life. So I don't think we need more compelling evidence to, tell us that yes, we need insurance. But do we need equipment or hospital insurance? We always do this. We search internet and we ultimately, when we get confused, we talk to our friends. So I talked to JLo. JLo, how about you? Do you insure? We all know what do I mean by that. She says, obviously, I have $1 million insurance. But we all are doctors. We always take second, third opinion. So I called upon this fellow, Beckham, and his knees and his legs were insured for a hefty amount. So after this two opinion, I was convinced. No. We have to take insurance. But then I thought, let us, identify our assets. Because these two guys, they insured their assets. And for us, all of these are our assets. Whether it's hospital, whether it's lithotripter, whether it's laser. So these are our assets on which we earn. So yes, we do need to insure them. Then I conducted an online survey to my USI colleagues, friends. I simply, put for 3 questions. Do you insure your instruments? Only 23% said yes. Have you ever got benefit of insurance? Only 15 out of those 23 said yes. And would you recommend taking insurance to others? Only 20 were in agreement. So the responses were like this. And 88% of them were private practitioners. 80% were in practice for more than 10 years when actually the need of insurance arises. But unfortunately, the amount of respondents were PT. Only 12% chose to respond. So that was an apathy towards this particular topic. And we are here to clear that apathy. And why does this apathy there in everybody's mind? Because we all think it's a waste of money. And even if we have invested money because of some or other reason, it's a waste of time to get a successful claim. More to that, we all think it doesn't help when it's actually required. Fire kab hota hai? Very rarely. Floods kab aati? Very rarely. These are the circumstances where we get the claim easily. But when the actual thing happens like electrical or mechanical damage, it hardly helps us. So I thought, let us make a soul searching facts. These are the fact files. This sentence everybody must have read 100 times. Insurance is a subject matter of solicitation, although the companies make a different speed so that we don't listen to it. And second thing is what Rajesh yesterday concluded, terms and conditions apply. What do you mean by solicitation? Insurance is a financial product which buyer had to ask for. It can't be sold. Though we get a lot of calls to get the insurance, they can never sell it to us. We have to buy it. So the onus is on us to do search and to do, conclude the right product for us. Terms and conditions, yes, we all do this. We just, superficially read the things and then sign it. No, we have to condition ourselves to know what is written in between the lines. If we do these 2 things, probably we'll get more literate. Now, these are certain nomenclature we have to know before we plan and buy an insurance for our equipments or hospitals. We'll attend it one by one. First thing is risk coverage. Now, risk coverage is defining these are the risks which are going to cover once you buy an insurance: fire, terrorism, burglary, theft, robbery, God's sake. But what we are concerned right now is electrical breakdown and mechanical breakdown. Make no mistake, wear and tear is never covered. But there is a clutch here. Now they have added a term into the insurance with wear and tear. So many times your mechanical breakdown is an end result of the pre-existing wear and tear. So if you do not have clicked that wear and tear with, then that mechanical breakdown might also get rejected. So these are some intricacies we have to look for. Rate of premium, it varies from 1.75 to 2.5. Roughly we can take at 2%. So for 1 lakh of cystoscope, you need to pay a premium of roughly 2,000. That's a rough calculation. But it's not just like that. There is a loading everywhere. There is a rider everywhere. So once your equipment starts getting older, the company starts adding loading to that. For example, if my cystoscope is in first 2 years, I pay 2,000. If it is from 2 to 5 years, I pay 2,200. That is 200 more. And that's the story. Excess. This is a minimum deductible at the time of claim settlement. This again is proportional to the age of the equipment. So if the age is less than 2 years, 1%. And in case of theft, 25% of value is deductible at the outset. So if your cystoscope is, stolen by somewhere, you never expect more than 75,000. That's a bare maximum you will get. Depreciation. Just now, Amit spoke about this IDV. So the way the car's value is depreciated, similar thing happens with our equipment also. So this is a roughly chart. My laser, which I bought 10 years back in 60 lakh rupees, now it is valued only at 36%. So it's hardly 22 lakh rupees now. But here is the clutch. There is a recent introduction of this particular term, that is RIV, reinstate value. I'll give you an example. My laser I bought in $1 lakh in 2011. So that time the rate was 55 rupees. So it was roughly 55 lakhs INR. And today, if we calculate 75, so it is anyway 75 lakhs. So that is also need to be considered. And the more thing is, if we calculate our premium on the depreciated things, whenever there is a replacement, it is always going to cost us. And that replacement will be linked to the depreciated amount. So we'll be having very less money reimbursed. So that is why we can always get our equipments valued by the company surveyor as well as re-endorsed by the company surveyor, the insurance company surveyor, and then we can label the actual value. And it is especially useful when your equipment is no more produced, or if the 100-watt laser is scrapped by the luminous people and now there is only 120 watt, that is the problem which will be faced by us. So we can always get evaluation annually. Surveyor, the most important and most relevant part of the whole game. There are 3 visits of his. Pre-insurance visit, company wants it to make sure everything is fine. Claim intimation visit, we want him to visit because we have got some damage and now we want him to help us. And then claim settlement visit. That is what he wants. Because once he has settled down the claim, he always will come to us and expect something, and we all have to be practical at that point of time. So these are the 3 visits which makes difference. Calibration, yes. Dr. Sanjay Kulkarni never believes in, good morning, sir. Yeah, in calibration, he does a fantastic urethroplasty, but this calibration helps. And that calibration is nothing but a periodic surveillance to make sure the instruments are well maintained and the documentation is required. And this is anyway now in the furrow of NABH, so we all should do it. Transit insurance. Now, this is a must. Many of us might not know it. You order for a thulium fiber laser. They are going to install it. You need to get it from the port. So, mind well, if they have not taken the transit insurance, it's on us to take the transit insurance because their warranty starts from the moment they get that new machine installed in our OT. If something goes between the port and your hospital, you are lost. So you make sure when you buy, that's in the agreement, that transit insurance is on them, or if it is not taken, then we have. Second thing is, if you have 2 hospitals, you're shifting one lithotripter, one machine from one to other hospital, that is again, we need to have this transit insurance. Now the instruments are categorized in 2 categories by the insurance companies, static versus mobile. Now most of the young urologists, they take insurance, but then they wander here and there. And when something goes wrong with their scope or something goes wrong with their equipment, if they have not ticked it as a mobile equipment, that is the first ground on which the entire claim will get rejected. So we need to clearly nominate and define which ones are static, which ones are mobile. AMC, CMC, we all know about it. CMC practically obviates any need of insurance if you are having that. But we can't afford CMC every now and then. AMC will enhance our credential. If your machine or your equipment is under AMC, the credential of our, as a claim closure increases, and there is a more likelihood we'll get the claim settled. If there is no AMC, and if you go to take an insurance, there will be 100% loading. An insurance which will come at 2,000 will automatically double. Now, what do we do? Insurance plus AMC versus a CMC. CMC usually costs around 10 to 14% of the equipment value. AMC roughly 2 to 4%, and insurance, as we discussed, 2%. So it is between 10 to 4% and then 4 to 5%. Do not forget to take into account all these depreciation, premium loading, and excess in compounding the insurance value. So let us demystify. Let us identify insurance as a protection. We a lot of times we take it as a liability. We need to read between the lines. And we have to have an insurance advisor. Yes, we have discussed it time and again, whether we can do it online or we can have an agent who is younger than us in life insurance, but we have to have an agent who can be everything. He can do a good bargain, he can offer waivers, he can follow the surveyor, he can do a good survey, he can have a positive remarks about it, and ultimately he'll help in properly intimating the claim. At times the claim problem happens just at the time of the intimation. For example, if you have got a pre-insurance visit of your laser machine, it happens on 5th of December today, and that visit or that survey stands valid only for 48 hours. So if on 8th of December I intimate and I sign the document and I purchase the insurance, if something goes wrong, on that ground that your survey is never done, because the survey was done on 5th December, you chose to pay for the insurance on 8th December. So you need to have one more survey. Most of us might not be knowing this. So on that ground, the insurance, whatsoever, claim will be rejected there and then. So these are the intricacies we need to look into, and we have to have a good advisor who can, tell us all this thing. An elaborate Excel sheet needs to be, kept in your hospital. ensure all the calibration visits are documented, and all the AMC, when they are expiring a month before that, we need to have, a wake up call. Install UPS inverter circuit breakers and voltage stabilizer, because you need to get an electrical supplies, voltage fluctuation report, and that time you need to have all this installed in that. If you have got a 120 volt laser, and if the pre-installation checklist requirement was that you have to have 25 kV plug, and you have to have an UPS of so and so capacity 10 kV, and if you have not installed it for saving some amount of money, something goes wrong, that is the first nail in the coffin. CCTV cameras, we need to have that, and we need to nominate personnel who are going to take care of the high-end equipments. In case of theft, the FIR is must, without which it is not possible. As I said, voltage fluctuation report, we have to have a regular voltage report every 3 monthly. Our electricity department gives it free. And in case of any mechanical damage, before touching it, ये पंचनामा की तरह है. So you don't touch any equipment. If you have accidentally, the cystoscope falls from your hand, you just photograph it, and then only shift it to other place. Have a very friendly relation with the surveyor. That's the bottom line. Everything can be managed. We all know that. Never send a damaged instrument for repair until it is examined by the surveyor. And never start using it. It's a common tendency. We all have a busy practice. We all start using, yaar ek URS kar lenge, ho jayega, kya dikkat hai? No. This is a free money which you are losing out. The tricks of trade is bargain very hard at the time of purchase. And at the time of purchase, you have a bargaining power. So, do not settle down less than 3 years, if not 5 years, for the comprehensive maintenance contract that or warranty. 4th year onward, you can go for AMC and insurance, but 7 years each. If you are using the instrument, even beyond 7 years, go for the CMC. Not many people would like to do that. Budget, yeah. So budget comes both in the capital investment. When you are in early part, you are a wandering urologist, 10 lakhs, you can set up your urology practice. There is no problem. Once you become a little bit established, you open your nursing home, your budget will escalate to 25 lakh rupees. And then when you try to become an entrepreneur, your capital investment will be in some the tunes of 2 crore. It's only about the urology setup. And this is directly proportional to what you're gonna spend on your insurance thing. At rough 2%, wandering urologists will be paying 20,000 a month. Nursing home urologists will pay 50,000, and an entrepreneur will pay 4 lakh rupees. But this 4 lakh rupees brings a lot of peace of mind. If you calculate monthly, it is hardly 3,000, hardly 30,000 rupees or less than that. That's not a problem. Friends, you know this. The first testicular guard was used in 1874, but the first helmet was worn in 1974. It took all of us 100 years to realize that brain is also important, not just the testicles. So take-home message is, let's identify our assets. What is important? Let's get them insured, and let us all get ourselves assured. Thank you so much for patient listening. I'm available for any comments, any queries. Thank you, sir.
Good, Rohit. Well done. So may I request now Kamaljeet, Rohit, and Amit to come on the dais, and we have Mr. Dhanasekaran also online. So now we are having the question answers. Any questions from the audience, please go ahead and ask questions. And we have Mr. Dhanasekaran, who is going to give the comments and answers to those questions. Before we take question from Dr. Shailesh, may I request Dr. Dhanasekaran to give some comments on the 3 presentations which they have made. Do you want to add something, or do you want to point out some things which are not in tune with what practice you have, what knowledge and experience you have? So we wish your comments on those 3 topics, please. No, you have to unmute.
To chip in with my comments, Dr. Sabnis, on the 3 presentations that were presented to the audience by Dr. Kamaljeet, Dr. Amit Gaur, and Dr. Rohit Joshi. The 3 presentations that were made today were par excellence. The contents They have taken a lot of pains to put together the presentation, and they have focused on the contents to be presented to the audience in the conference. As of the three of them, well done. I will just give a few comments here and there on the points that I noted down. The travel insurance, just one point that I would like to make is that if somebody is on a visit to multiple countries on the same trip, single trip, multiple countries. Let us take, for example, US and Canada and also UK. So we need to declare this and say that the same trip, the single trip, there would be multiple countries involved. We need not go for multiple policies, but a single policy from the time we leave the country, that is India, we step on to the step ladder, the cover commences. Or when you step into the aero bridge, the cover commences. And until the time you step out of the step ladder and put your one foot down on the ground, or you step out of the aero bridge, the cover is available. So there can be a single cover, single policy to cover the entire trip. This is one point that I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
And Dr. Kamaljeet also mentioned about domestic travel insurance. Most of us, we don't bother about domestic travel insurance. It was very rightly put forth by him. What happens here is, why we don't bother much about domestic travel insurance is because most of us have a Mediclaim insurance policy, a health insurance policy. So in case there is something that is happening elsewhere in the country, the geography being countrywide, so the domestic travel insurance may not be required to that extent. And of course, the travel insurance also comes with an accidental benefit, accidental death and disability. That is getting covered. When that is getting covered, in case we have a personal accident insurance policy to boot, that is not required. So that is why most of us tend to forget going in for a domestic travel insurance is what I just wanted to clarify. But because the health insurance that we already have in place is only countrywide, that is only in India, we usually go for the international travel insurance.
Correct.
The presentation was absolutely good. It was quite excellent.
Correct.
And when it comes to Dr. Amit Gaur, he was talking about going for a comprehensive cover for 3 years or 5 years, 3 years for two-wheelers and 5 years for four-wheelers. That was envisaged by Dr. Gaur. Again, he made a mention, he took reference to the maintenance of the cars. The maintenance of the cars by renowned physicians and surgeons is quite excellent. He said that, and everybody would agree with that. So when the maintenance is going to be so good, I would not suggest that it should be stopped with 3 years or 5 years. But the comprehensive cover can still continue if at all the doctors would like to retain the car beyond the 3-5 years. Probably to save on the premium, Dr. Gaul suggested that one can go for a third party liability insurance. But I would still suggest if the maintenance has been good and the car would fetch a good price, it can be debated, argued with the insurance company that the IDE should be this much and not as envisaged in the India motor tariff. So that can really help. And when it comes to the NCD transfer, again, Dr. Gaul gave that clarity. Everybody should know this. The NCD doesn't go with the car, it goes with the individual. Being the case, if one is enjoying a 50% no claim, and at that point of time he is substituting the vehicle with a new vehicle, the 50% NCD can get transferred to the new vehicle. So this point needs to be taken notice of by all of us who are present in today's proceedings. And the IDV, there is a structured IDV formula. So for it goes down as the age goes up. And once it completes 5 years, it is 50%. 4 to 5 years, it is 50%. Beyond 5 years, it is a matter of agreement between the insurance company and the insured as far as the IDV is concerned. So if we have been maintaining the car well, we can put up an argument with the insurance company and tell them, guys, please, you need to insure this vehicle for at the same 50% that is being mandated in the tariff, which is the India Motor Tariff. And then, as the doctor said very clearly, the return to invoice will apply to total loss. Whereas the zero depreciation cover will apply for partial losses, which will be repair losses. If the repair expenses are arising out of an accident, then it will be a zero depreciation cover that will come into play. So we should be trying to have zero depreciation as well as return to invoice cover. And the NCB protection was a very good suggestion that Dr. Amit made. It has to be so. We need to go for the NCB protection. Otherwise, what happens is that when I have 50% and I meet with an accident in this, after 5 years, it becomes a zero. So it is better that you have it protected to this NCB protection. And of course, he made a point that it is better to go to the insurance company directly instead of going to the aggregators. I don't want to take the name. He also took the name aggregators. These guys sell the products on behalf of all the insurance companies or most of the insurance companies in the market. We call them aggregators. Instead of going to the aggregator, if you go to the insurance company direct, you'll be able to derive better service, is what he said, and I would tend to agree with that. And of course, Dr. Rohit Joshi. It was an excellent presentation. I liked it very much. And of course, he called it risks that are being covered. In the insurance parlance, we call it perils. Perils is what we call, whereas from the common man's perspective, it is called risks. And the reinstatement value that he was talking about, yes, this is a paradox. The insurance is linked to reinstatement values. But when it comes to claim settlement, they go for the depreciated values when it is a partial loss. And when it is a total loss, they go for the actual value for which that equipment can be sold in the market on the date of loss. And he was also talking about transit insurance. This people, we need to take care of the transit insurance because the import is done. It lands at the airport. If the insurance, transit insurance has not been arranged by the supplier, of course, it depends on the terms of sale, what we call as Incoterms. So if it is X works, then the buyer needs to take insurance. If it is X Chennai port or X Mumbai port, the buyer has to take insurance from the port to the internal destination. So that was a good point that Dr. Joshi mentioned. And also the shifting from one location to the other. If one of you have two locations where you have the hospitals or nursing homes, then shifting from one hospital to the other, also you need to take transit insurance because you are dealing with equipments which are quite costly. It's not just not a throwaway item. So it's better that that insurance also is taken. And coming to the last point on Amit Gau's presentation, he referred to the static equipments and the mobile equipments. Please, when you are going for an equipment insurance, if it is going to be mobile equipments, you need to specify, make a specification to the insurance company that these are mobile equipments. In which case, the insurance company will issue two policies. One will be the electronic equipment insurance policy for static ones, and the always policy for the mobile ones, because the mobile ones face enhanced risk. The risk profile gets enhanced because it is mobile and is being carried from one place to the other. So these are my comments. I'm sorry for having held you up. Now we can go to the question.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with the question. Shailesh, first question.
It's a kind of a experience after the Kamaljit's presentation on international travel. I have been traveling since last 25 years, and every year I take a insurance. But the only problem is I always, as you do's and don't, you wrote that it should not be taken on the last moment. So I take on the last 2 days and never read about it. In last year, before 2 years, when there was a meeting in EAU Barcelona, I lost my passport. In the conference venue, somebody with the badge of a doctor asked me to take a photograph, and I kept my bag here, and it was stolen. So after that, I was staying in Sanjay Kulkarni's room. Both of us were together. So I immediately went to police station, complained about it, took the complaint, because without that, even a temporary passport from that country we cannot get. Then from the hotel, next day I went to Madrid, which is where our Indian embassy is there, and on Sunday they issued the passport. So I was in a constant contact with our agent who has booked my ticket as well as my insurance. And after coming to Ahmedabad, I got a temporary passport also. I constantly communicated. It was a Tata AIG insurance. But what they asked me ultimately, I had a proof that my passport is lost. I had a local Spanish language complaint FIR which was converted in English. I had a new passport issued by the government, Indian embassy in city of Madrid. What they asked me that please give me the bill of hotel for the days you stayed and you discontinued because of the passport. Give us the proof of your taxi money you paid from your hotel to the police station and police station to come back. Give us the bill of a train from Barcelona to Madrid you went. Unfortunately, all these three I did not have. But rest of all the proof I had, I fought and fought, but finally they didn't give me money. So when you write, they tell us that yes, we will give you money for the passport theft. But actually, what all is required, we don't know. At that time, they give a small bill in abroad. You might be knowing when you go in the taxi, they give one small bill. But I didn't preserve it because I was all alone everywhere. And if you go to other country, the language, even in a European country, the police head did not know English. So you have to have a translator. And he said, you write down here, we will convert it to local language. So these are other issue. And at that time, we don't remember this because you have to have a problem first, then you learn it. Now I have learned it. Next time if I lose, but I'm not going to lose, but if I lose passport, I know what all to be collected.
No,
so
but
what I'm
these are
trying
the
to
problems.
say, how do educate ourselves before we do it? Because we have to just taking an insurance doesn't do anything.
No, I agree because these are the issues which I don't know how much is the validity of theft of the passport, because when the passport is lost, you are in a desperate situation. I don't think you are going to keep, and as such your trip is completely planned. So what reimbursement are they going to cover? I mean, insurance is not going to cover just for these minor things, which in any case you are going to spend. Yeah, Dhanasekaran, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. In case Dr. Kamaljeet wants to take that question, I will leave it to him. Then I can supplement.
Sir, actually, the lost passport, the fees, what they are going to pay us back is the passport fees which we are going to pay. They were actually going to reimburse the traveling expenses what he made to in that process.
So that anyway is minor,
that is going to be
minuscule.
Now, what I learned from my elders in the families, whenever you are traveling abroad, whatever slip you have, preserve it. And that they told me about the VAT refund. You have to take in the country before leaving it. So I used to punch all them together and VAT refund form just before you are leaving the boarding your flight. You just put it, attach the copy of your credit card, and that is then refunded to you. This thing. So actually, they were only the lost passport, whatever traveling he had done, they were trying to reimburse that.
Okay. You want to add something? Yeah.
Yes, sir. I agree with Dr. Kamalji. The thing is, just small elaboration there. The insurance company will pay for the fees to have paid towards the duplicate passport and also the additional expenses incurred by way of the travel and all that to the embassy. It so happened that the embassy was in Madrid. You just imagine that if it had been some 300 kilometers away and he had to travel. So those travel expenses, all these will be picked up subject to the limit of liability mentioned in the policy. If they have mentioned the $300, it will be limited to that. And the duplicate, the fees for the duplicate passport and the other incidental expenses incurred will get picked up. And if we read through the condition, the coverage portion, the lost passport or documents, we will find that it is subject to submission of necessary proofs.
Okay. Lakshman, you want to ask?
This is, I think you could elaborate and explain. We have a concept called the book value of your instrument, which gets reduced to zero. My understanding is very crude. Once you recover what you have spent, after that, whatever the instrument gives you is bonus for you. Is it correct, to go on these lines? And like, the analogy of life insurance, when you have, spent sufficient years on the face of the globe, do you need to have a life cover? Can we say that because I was advised that now your instruments are old, you are old, you stop insuring them. Some of them are still working. So am I. Please, sir, you could enlighten.
So number one, sir, no instrument becomes zero because at 5 years the depreciated value becomes 50%. Subject next 6 years onwards, it's between the insurance company and the surveyor's report and the company technical person's evaluation report. And we three of us can put together a tag or price tag on the instrument, sir. So instrument's value can never become zero, sir.
Okay, next.
I agree with Dr. Rohit Joshi. Perfect.
I have two comments to make. I have this instrument insurance. The policy is called Electronic Equipment Insurance Policy. I have it for last 30 years. I don't think over here how many people have it. If you raise hand, you will know. I think 99% of people have no idea about it. They don't know what policy it is called. The policy is called Electronic Equipment Insurance Policy. This policy will never be sold to you. I can assure you, with all the things that you can have, you will never be able to buy it. You have to buy it because you know this is going to benefit you. The company will never sell it to you. And only 4 companies sell it. It is all government companies, National, Oriental, all the 3-4 companies that we have. And the name is Electronic Equipment Insurance Policy. I have over last 30 years taken telescopes, ureteroscopes, lasers, all the things that you can think of. At least 5 what is called ureteroscopes, at least 5 or 6 telescopes, 100% reimbursement. There is a depreciation that you understand. If 10% after 1 year, after 3 years, 30%, and there is a cost involved. Obviously, one thing is there. You have to just, on the day it breaks, you have to call up the insurance guy who has taken the money. He will send the paper, you sign it out. Next day, the person will come, he will do the survey. They don't charge you anything. You are a reputed doctor of a city, nobody will charge you anything. At any point of time, never. They know. I mean, because you make a complaint, the whole company is, goes into bad reputation. So I request that everybody must think about it. Electronic equipment insurance.
Must.
And the only way to you can buy it is you say, "Ki, I will be insuring my hospital." Or the company will be, oh yes, it's a big thing. So they're going to get a big premium. So they will come. And the moment they come, they will say, "Ki, I will be insuring my equipment." So they will, by that time, work it out, take this and dump the hospital insurance, because my hospital doesn't belong to me. So I'm not bothered about it. But they plan out and say, "Ki, right, your hospital will cost this.
Right, sir.
Another comment is, about international travel. I have been to 36 countries, traveled a lot, always had insurance. It never gives you anything. Never, never, never. If you think you can claim it from the companies, I can assure you, with all the guts that I have, you will not get a single paisa out of them. Or the only thing that is good is the health. Health coverage is a completely different thing. If you get ill, you can get admitted and you can get it covered. But rest of the things, they are all in fine prints. So for that, in India, there is a new company has come out. They are middlemen between them. They say, "We will get your claim settled. And you go through us, and we do not charge a single paisa for it." I am forgetting the name for it. It is there in the Google, and it is in India. And they say, "We make the claim for you for the insurance that you have bought," because it requires a lot of pursuance. And I'm still not sure it will be able to give it to you anything. I can tell you about an example that I went to Russia in St. Petersburg. I, with my wife and translator and a driver, were there in St. Petersburg. We went to a church. While entering the church, the person behind me got hold and took the what is called my wallet and ran away. And I ran after him. I could not catch him. Ultimately, there were four of us. The driver was a doctor, and a translator. We all went to the police station, and we knew nothing can be done. There is a language barrier. He said, "You cannot file a case." In Russia, you can only say, "You left it, you threw it, nothing is stolen. You cannot file a case like that." And it's all right. Because I had some connection at embassy, I shouted, but then I realized I'm talking to a blank wall. And that fellow was a hefty person, and their system is completely different, and you have to save yourself. Right. So what was lost was the cards. So two things you must always protect. One is your credit cards, and second is your passport. I suggest that in your front part, over here, there is a pocket. You generate something which is hanging from this, and it is behind your what is
सर
called
कीमती
shirt.
चीजों को दिल के पास रखना चाहिए, बट के पास नहीं. सही है.
Only one thing protects. Just put it your what is called passport and your credit card. But at that point of time, that fellow took out the credit cards and he swapped it, and thousands of dollars was taken away. And I called up the company; they will not pick up. And SBI and HDFC were involved, and money went on draining. In spite of I was there, right there, blocking it. It does not get blocked. So you have to have what is called credit card insurance policy, CCP or something. What is called card protection policy, and it is not costly. It is costing 2,799 rupees. It covers yourself, your wife, and daughter and son. So 4 persons are covered. Only thing is, it automatically every year goes on deducting the money. You cannot block it. There is no way you can block it.
You can block
never
it, sir.
stop it.
You can block it if you deactivate it from your credit card.
Yeah, so that is a one step you have. I don't know how to deactivate it. So they went on.
You can also insure your debit cards with
Android application is a very easy thing, sir. You click the button and it's deactivated.
Deactivate.
So automatically,
no message is required.
and this credit card protection is a very good thing. If you do it, probably that money which is lost, because I filed case on HDFC and filed a case on SBI credit card also, nothing came out of it. Thank you.
So one thing I want to ask, before you ask the next question, Kamaljit, you said that travel insurance is different, and as he also experienced, the health insurance, travel health insurance is different. Now, what is the difference? You said that if you come across some problem in the health, and are you protected with the travel insurance, with the insurance which you have taken up, and how even though you have tick marked that pre-existing condition, how do you ensure that you are going for the routine surgery and what is emergency and what is elective surgery?
So, actually, whenever there is a pre-existing illnesses which are coming into place, one must read the policy document very carefully.
Yeah, but you have tick marked whatever pre-existing. You have
Sir,
said that okay.
So that is a small column. There are few asterisks around there. If you have not gone and read those asterisks where it is written, then is an issue. Because for anybody to say this was a pre-existing illness or with an exclusive condition, then it is going to be an issue. Usually, we normally the kind of medical conditions which when we come across during any trip is kind of an accidental, having a fracture, cut injury, bitten by a wild animal, and maybe car accidents. These are the routine medical emergencies. Occasionally, somebody can have a cardiac ailment or a
Suppose somebody gets chest pain. And,
So that is covered.
You
That is
have
covered.
tick mark pre-existing. You have written also that he has a hypertension, but otherwise you never have any problem. You go and you have a chest pain, and now you investigate and require some emergency procedure. Is it covered?
Yes, sir, it's covered.
But how do you prove that it's an emergency procedure? He said, no, it is all right. It must be there for a long time. Go to your country and get it done.
No,
Travel
sir.
insurance, how it will cover?
Sir, the issue is you are. I think sir wants to make it. He wants to make it.
Yeah, I think I give the clarity on that. It's what I felt because the discussion was proceeding to the wrong end. So I thought I would intervene.
Yeah.
Clearing the PED, pre-existing condition, is for the information of the insurance company.
Correct.
It doesn't mean that once the pre-existing condition is declared and the policy is issued, the policy is going to pick up claims on the pre-existing condition that may arise during the travel. It's a no. It's a big no. Whereas, if in the pre-existing diseases, he has mentioned hypertension, and the complication that is arising during the travel is directly attributable to hypertension, it will not get paid. However, if it is going to be something else of a complication, say for example, a pulmonary crisis, and because of that, if that cannot be attributed to hypertension, that would get picked up by the policy. So what relates to the pre-existing conditions declared will not be payable. And the same happens with your Mediclaim insurance in India also. If I take a policy today and I declare that I have a pre-existing condition, it doesn't get picked up if there is going to be a claim for that.
So you mean to say you should not click the pre-existing condition, declare that there is nothing.
You need to click, sir. You need to click, you need to declare.
But if you don't declare, if you declare, you will not get anything.
That's right.
So why should you declare? Why to declare at all?
Yes, sir. Even if you don't declare, if you fall sick, then there can be certain correlation between the pre-existing condition. Say, for example, if somebody gets admitted in the hospital today, and the first thing is you have the notes in the admission, history of, and everybody would like to disclose the history. They won't suppress the hypertension, or they won't suppress the DM. They will disclose it. History of, you will find it there. So if there is a recording there, and it is because of that, and the pre-existing condition is excluded under the policy, automatically the claim goes through the window.
Okay. So they will be, they have the ways to find out whether it is related to that.
Absolutely, sir. And they
But
also
sir, let me share my example, sir. I spoke to you. There was a my uncle went to South Africa. He was having hypertension, declared everything. In emergency, he had to undergo PTCA with 2 stent placement. The guy, the treating physician, wrote down that it's a recent event and it was requiring an emergency assistance, and he got his claim paid, sir. So proper documentation and with the help of our colleagues over there, this can help, sir.
Okay. So next,
Two questions. Okay, sir, please. I will then make a comment regarding Dr. Agarwal's statement. I will make
No,
it.
you first make a
No,
comment. So
he's
then we'll
standing
go
for
ahead.
a long. I'm sitting on a chair more comfortable. He's standing for a. No problem. You just go ahead. Regarding Dr. Agarwal's statement, I had devised a way of doing it, even if your credit card gets stolen. I never carry my passport and credit card together. I always keep it in a locker. I always carry a $1,500 debit card, which is issued to me by my bank. So whatever it is maximum, I block it an overdraft facility on it, so I cannot overspend it. So the main facility is your credit card. So even if I would have lost it, I would have maximum lost $1,500. I don't keep the pin, and I always say it should be on the OTP side.
Yeah, two queries. First one is to Kamalji. Suppose I had an incident where my baggage got lost. I was traveling by British Airways, my baggage got lost, and so I applied for it. Luckily, I had all the bills, and I submitted to the British Airways, and they refunded me the money. Now, I also had a travel insurance taken by Bharati AXA. Now, when can I apply for a lost baggage claim from them? Because they also asked me all the bills again, which I had already submitted to British Airways.
So that is, once you have taken a claim, it's ethically we should not take the second one. And since you have already deposited the first bills, in the first set of the bills, you won't have a duplicate one. So no company is going to take a duplicate bill, sir. So it's a better that the airways always pays more than the insurance companies.
Okay. Because second query is to Dr. Ahmed. See, I have a car insurance. Initially, when you buy a new car, you said you take a comprehensive insurance for 4 years. Now, what happens after the 4th year? Now you have to
there's some confusion. What my point was that when it is become mandatory now that you have to take 3 years of comprehensive insurance for a 4-wheeler when you are buying it directly from the manufacturer agency. After that, the bundled policy or the comprehensive policy, there are different names to it, you can take every year.
True.
You have to keep it with the add-ons every year.
Yeah, but after the 5th year, there are very few companies which offer you zero depreciation.
No, after 3-4 years, zero
There is no
depreciation, they don't
depreciation,
get that.
doesn't
You are
work.
not eligible
Not
for this.
eligible.
Car is not eligible.
Sir, it is not eligible. I agree. There are some companies like HDFC Ergo, which is offering depending on a valuation of 2 surveyors. Previous claims.
I have HDFC Ergo. And second point is, when you take these policies from the car company directly, they have a tie-up. But when you say after the 5th year, I took from a private, from Policy Bazaar, I chose HDFC Ergo. Now these companies, what they do, they arm twist you. They'll say, oh, you're taken from them. It's an online policy. But if you bring your car for any problem, we will not attend to it. Are they justified?
Sir, they are not justified, but I will suggest you to buy the policy from them only, because suppose you are having a high-end car and they have a network of people and network of workshops where you can get your insurance done.
No, the
Insurance, I mean your car repaired there.
No, the HDFC Ergo site shows which city, and they say this is an authorized center. And that is the authorized center from where I bought my car. He is the main dealer. But the dealer says you buy it from him because they have a link with the tie-up.
Sir,
with Bharati
it is like we are asking patients to bring pharmacy only from our pharmacy store. So
No,
we
no,
repay at the times.
No, are they justified? Can we do a claim?
They are not justified, sir.
So you can still claim?
You can, but thing is you
So what
can
they
fight
say
with
is-
them.
What they say is, we will not do cashless. You pay first and then claim. This
Sir,
is
he
what
has
they
a point
do.
to make.
No, that is a problem. That is a problem. Dhanasekaran, you can clarify.
Sir, whatever it is, even though doctor has obtained the policy through Policy Bazaar, Policy Bazaar does not issue the policy. It is HDFC who have issued the policy, and so they need to honor the claims that are getting reported on the policy. They need to go by the policy conditions. They can't place a block saying that you got it from the other guy, you go and talk to him. No, he is only an aggregator. He is not responsible. the basic responsibility lies with HDFC and they need to honor it. The question was whether there is a right against HDFC. Yes, doctor, you have a right to go to HDFC and put up a fight with them rather than go to policy bazaar.
Sir, it's not with the
Policy bazaar
HDFC
is
Ergo, sir.
different.
It's with the dealer, the car dealer, the workshop. He says you are purchases from HDFC Ergo, so we will not do cashless.
No, there again, HDFC policy, if they say that cashless will be honored, HDFC has a list of dealers, repair centers with whom they have tied up. So that particular center, you will get a cashless, other centers, you will not get cashless.
So that is a technical problem. Theoretically, yes, it is correct, but practically it doesn't work out. I agree with you that it doesn't work out that way. They always have hundreds of reasons to refuse it. They will harass you to ensure that ultimately you take everything from them only. This is what is the problem. Practical problem is that theoretically what you are saying, Dhanasekar, everything is right. But then online, the problem is that you keep on asking and keep on phoning up. There is no answer and this and it. And you are in a mess. You have no time, first of all.
Exactly, sir.
to be
How much
answering.
did you, sir?
So it is better you go to some insurance. At least they are answerable. They will come to you. They will come to your hospital.
There is
they will
a face,
take it
sir.
from you. They will go get the car and this that. Here online they say no. You phone up this person. You phone up that person. Okay, they have to actually this, but then you come make a complaint. Complaint will come after a few days. By the time you have lost interest and you have no time to look after all these things.
Very correct.
Sir, one comment. I recently have renewed my eighth year of the insurance, and I've still got my zero debt cover.
Yes, sir.
From IFCO Tokyo. Okay, so zero debt is being covered even after the fifth year. So that's
There
IFCO
will be
Tokyo is
loading.
covering.
There will be loading in the premium, but
No, there is no loading in the premium.
that depends on the IDV
But
which
what
you are.
I have understood and what these people say that after 3 or 4 years, you are not eligible for zero debt.
No, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
IFCO Tokyo is
The,
providing
no
it.
rules.
Majority of
There
the
are no
rules are
such
not
rules documented. Zero depreciation you can and you should take till you are holding the car.
And now my question
That
to
is
Dr.
very-
Amit is like
that's a
I'll give you
learning
three.
point because they refuse.
Ma'am, I've recently
Okay,
renewed in November.
That's good.
So now
one
there
insurance
are
company refuses, you go to the other insurance companies who are offering the zero debt even after 7-8 years. You go to them, sir.
Okay.
yes. So now my question is about three scenarios. One is a new car, one is a 5-year-old car, and one is a more old 8-year-old car. So like what I understand is there are three type of insurances that you need to cover. One is a like comprehensive cover. Second is the zero debt cover. Third is the third party. So what you suggest, like in a new car, you should take a third party is mandatory for all. Okay. So now for a new car, should you take because comprehensive covers is like zero debt cover is always has an additional cost. So now in the first year of the comprehensive covers, there is no depreciation in the first year. So why do you need to take a zero debt cover in the first year? Now, if your car is your 5-year-old car, now zero debt covers more into the picture because depreciation has occurred on the parts, plastic and so zero debt becomes more relevant. And even if the car is 8-year-old, then the zero debt becomes more beneficial. And do you suggest that after 8 years or 9 years of the car, we should only take the third party premium? Only third party?
See what now if you take a particular example, like coming to a new car, you take a comprehensive cover that covers everything. That covers third party also. That gives you a personal accident insurance. That has got add-ons of zero depreciation also. You can take as many add-ons you want, but zero depreciation bumper to bumper is covered in the first year. Coming to a car which is around 5 years old, you should take a zero depreciation. You should take a comprehensive cover. It covers the third party also, and it covers you against number of things. Suppose you are taking a 8-year-old car, and you know that you are taking a second-hand car, a high performance.
I'm talking about the old car only.
Yeah.
We are not
His own
buying
car.
it.
Then if you are getting a zero depreciation cover for an 8-year-old car, why should you not take it? You should always take it.
Okay.
Because plastics, windscreens,
Even in the first year, zero debt will, if you don't take zero depreciation, there are many things which they will exclude. This is not covered, that is not covered, that is not
you should take a zero depreciation cover always.
Always.
Even in the old car, no?
Yeah, Dhanasekaran, you want to say?
Dr. Sabnis, I'd like to clarify on what the point that you made right now.
Yeah.
Even in the first year, we have taken the car yesterday, and within a month or 2 months, it meets with an accident. And you have rubber parts, nylon parts, all this, they will suffer 50%.
Yeah, they will not allow.
Including,
Okay.
and the fiberglass ones, you will have a 30% depreciation.
Correct.
So it would be ideal to go for a zero debt even in the first year
Correct,
of the policy
correct.
as you take the car. And one more thing, if it is more than 6 months and 7th month or 8th month is an accident, there is a 5% depreciation on the parts.
Okay.
So if you take zero debt right from the start, it will help. Whether it's new or old, it's not matter.
So I think the message is very clear from here that zero debt is the ideal one, and this is a very learning point that even after 4 years, 5 years, 7 years, zero debt is available.
Yes.
If some particular company is not giving, we go to the other company and take the zero debt. So that message is, I think, clear from
Yes.
everyone.
Sir, I have a question for Chandrasekharan.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. Sir, I have 2 cars. Yeah, I'll put a question to you. I have 2 cars. One is a Micra, which is 8-year-old, and wherein I have got a no claim bonus with me as an individual. Now I am buying a BMW 5 Series, wherein the premium calculated is around 2,50,000. So I am transferring that no claim bonus of my old car to the new car. So how the insurance company can afford to settle this, sir? Because the insurance for my Micra was hardly 7,500, sir.
Understood, sir. But it is for your driving habits. You have not met with an accident at all. And the NCB is not quantified. It is percentage of the IDV. So the 50% that you are enjoying, because 8 years claim free, the same 50% will be provided on the own damage portion for your new vehicle.
Oh, that is very
It is-
good.
it is
That's what I got it done, sir. So it was a huge advantage, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So whenever we sell cars, sir, always get a no claim. That message is always get the no claim bonus certificate and keep it with you. Even that is valid for 6 months. So
Yes, we always transfer
Yeah.
no claim to the new
no,
car.
but sir, if you are not planning,
But
even
this
then
I was not knowing that even though the premium is very high, it is still 50%.
50%.
I thought it's the amount which is important.
Yeah.
It is in percentage. That is what.
that is what helps us.
So what I suggest, what I got from you, like always shift from a smaller car to a larger
Bigger car, yeah. And if you're not planning to buy a car, even you get that certificate. Who knows? After 3 months, if you buy a car, that is valid for 3 to 6 months, I guess.
And the important thing is that even this small accident, don't
No,
claim,
Don't claim.
don't claim at all. Don't show that there is a.
it is valid for 3 years.
3 years, sir.
3 years it is valid. The no claim bonus certificate.
Sir, you sold your Maruti 800 and you are sitting on a cycle, and then I am buying, BMW. After 3 years, I can still avail that.
Yeah.
No problem.
Within 3 years.
So my question to sir is that what is your rejection rate of the international travel insurance?
The commencement date of international travel
Rejection.
Rejection. He is asking rejection rate.
Or you can say acceptance rate.
Sir, what happens is the health insurance part of it, there is no rejection at all. Because the services are provided by a third party service provider who is resident in the country of your travel.
Correct.
All that you need to do is intimate him on the toll-free number, and he will arrange for your hospitalization, and your medical expenses will be taken care of.
Right.
There won't be any problem. But when it comes to an accidental death and disability benefit, again you need to inform that toll-free number, they will take care. All the other sundries, like your loss of documents, your loss of checked-in baggage, a delay in checked-in baggage, you're receiving the checked-in baggage, all these are sundry items. Here, it doesn't happen to everybody every time. It happens to somebody sometime. So I cannot give you a clear...
And most of the times...
Percentage-wise, I can't tell you.
So you are right that this
sir,
happens.
suppose you get
and
100
most of the
claims,
times
how
the
much?
procedure is so complicated, and the amount which is involved is not much. We take care of ourselves only.
So that I agree.
Because the procedure is such complicated that you have no time and energy to go for that missed flight and the extra thing and baggage. I also
Yes,
forget about it. We
exactly,
pay
sir.
from
That's
our
why I was
pocket and
asking,
forget it.
If the 100 persons have applied, how many have you rejected or how many have you accepted. I'm not talking about 100 have taken the policy. 100
So
have
in short,
applied the policy.
message is
from the
nobody has
state.
I
applied.
give you a
Who
very
have applied? Yes. that's
Nobody
what
has
I'm asking.
applied.
Yes.
No,
out
no.
of 100 who has applied, how many have you accepted?
Okay, so tell us that
This is the
arbitrary figure.
Let me make myself clear. I am not working for an insurance company, but still, I would like to say the basic intention behind going for a travel insurance policy, as Dr. Kamalji put forward, it is that your health insurance is the major
Rather than the other things.
So is there a separate travel health insurance policy without taking
No.
the travel insurance? Can we take a separate travel health insurance policy rather giving the payments for the other
see.
thing?
Actually, most of the things get.
Again, let me clarify
Yeah.
that the others are almost freebies.
Correct.
By deleting all those from the covers,
It does
is
not make
going
much
to
difference.
But sir, then we are taking like
See,
sir has got the problem, but then his expectations are raised. No.
No.
See,
I
then you try for
clarify
these
one
things.
thing.
So the message is that when you take travel insurance, they may have 100 things as a benefit, that you get passport and you get this and that, but forget that this is all not there. And you are mainly covering the health
So that's what
insurance.
the question is. Do we have a policy that only covers the international health?
No, but this policy which is you are taking,
Yeah.
all that you are clicking that this is available, this is for at least or no cost at all. Even if you have a separate thing, it is going to cost same thing. That is what he is saying.
Okay.
That this is
Amit,
given as a free thing. It
Amit-
doesn't, they don't give, but it only appears that it is good.
Right.
Actually, in reality, neither you get benefit, nor they are going to get give you any benefit, and nor they are they charging it. It is only to increase that form that okay, we are giving this.
And the health insurance
It is a show off.
that is covered internationally, is it cashless?
Make a point. As an insurance broker, I have got a claim settled for loss of passport for one of my clients. I have done that as a broker.
Okay.
So I am confident that it will still work, provided we go by whatever is the contents of the policy as to what they require in case of such a loss.
Correct.
So
So
what
if you are a methodical, you will get it.
So sir,
but
then
you have to have that
if
persistence.
something get lost, I think it's better you don't go to police. You enjoy your stay, you enjoy your travel, and don't forget about it.
If you are not able to, no, see,
At least
see,
you don't
I
going
beg to
from,
differ here.
one place to other, and you're not right.
No. If you have to have all the documentation ready, in case you have lost the money, you should have an exchange statement from your bank or your exchange dealer that you had changed so much of money in that currency. If you are not able to prove it, you can never prove that you had money. So if you have all the documents, like Amit very nicely say, बटुए से पैसा गया तो रसीद अंदर आनी चाहिए. He's very rightly said it. I give credit to it. Remember this very small line. Save each and everything, including your entry, boarding passport, and the tags on it.
Okay. Last question, let us take. And then
So I have two questions. First question is to Rohit sir. Supposedly, if I have a ureteroscope which is out of warranty but under insurance cover, it gets damaged intraoperatively because of my fault. Is it covered?
Yeah. See, the fault, why you want to, take the
We are
statement.
going to give the blame to me that it was because of your fault. We are not going to cover it.
See, damage has been done. Ask the surveyor to pay a visit and let him examine, let him inspect, and let him say what it is.
Because we very frequently ureteroscopes are damaged. Maximum life is 2 to 3 years. All of us face this. So if we get it under cover, then it will be insured, and we'll be getting a amount for that.
Absolutely, provided that you tend to justify whatsoever has been done. That is because if you throw your ureteroscope,
No, obviously no one is
so,
going to throw.
So if you can justify it has become damaged because of something whatsoever, electrical malfunctioning or some mechanical breakdown.
Mainly
something
it's with the
whatsoever.
telescopes. Electrical malfunctioning is a separate thing, but scopes tend to get damaged frequently.
if the vision goes away.
Yeah.
See,
So that is a wear and tear, sir.
common- let me
That is again they will put it under wear and tear, sir.
No, but let me tell you what he's saying. What in fact he's asking is that you buy a ureteroscope and maybe you have used only for 2 months and suddenly the vision goes away. Now you go to the company, Wolf or Stores or whatever. They say no, but they will come, they will inspect and say no, it is not the manufacturing defect. It is not a manufacturing defect and it is not covered in warranty. Now whether such thing, 2 months are only, it's a new buy equipment. So whether such thing can be covered by the insurance. What insurance, what is your experience? So this is a common problem. Company, everybody has lost faith on wolf. whether
This
it
is 100%
dog.
covered, sir. Even if you break it yourself, drop it down, it is 100% covered. You don't have to say anything about it. The vision was there, now vision is not there. That's the only thing you say. You don't say, I breaked it, I dropped it myself. That's the only line you omit. You say, the vision was there, it was working all right, and now it is not working. That's all.
Sir, to be very honest, sir, there was a ureteroscope and laser lithotripsy was happening, and the guy fired the laser within the scope.
Correct.
And the lens got damaged and there was sudden blackout. So what he did was he had every time we check the scope, this was flexible scope, sir. So we have a pre-use that, we take a photograph of the dots, and then subsequently we have the post incident happening. We got that thing. This is happening now, whether laser was fired or not, whether that led to the damage. Why would you dissect that, sir?
Now, what is your experience, or do you get such?
Sir, we got it happened with our flexible scope, but that wasn't the warranty. We got it replacement, sir. We got it. Was not an insurance thing.
Is a very fallacious. There's stars and wolf. They are there not to give anything.
Sir, one point I wanted to mention, sir, regarding electrical malfunctioning. You have a high-end sonography machine like a E8 or a P6, sorry, a Volusin P6. If you are going for an electrical malfunctioning policy, like sir said, you should have individual earthing. Your OT should have a separate earthing. Ultrasound machine where you are using it has to have a separate earthing. Regarding UPS, in a laser machine, you should have an online UPS. See, these are small things. UPS, online, offline. Many people.
Buster, every instrument should have a spike buster.
Spike busters is also a cause. Is also like something like an online UPS. So it prevents, and this is a very important, because when you file a claim, you can say that these precautions were taken by you.
So that is a loophole, that if you don't have all this thing, they will say, no, you have not taken a proper care, and then you are not liable.
I will add one more thing to it, since I happen to be an NBH assessor also. So we look, there is a column known as electrical audit. If the electrical audit of the hospital has been done in last 6 months, it's a mandatory requirement. So it has to be done twice a year. So if it's done in the recent time and you have something then also it's covered that you are taking all precautions to maintain an electrical safety. So these all things goes into your, sir.
And you need to go by the supplier's specifications as to what needs to be done. What is the support that has to be provided to that?
Let's take last question, because we are really running out of.
So in a brief talk, yes.
See, most of the instruments, when they install, they give an installation report.
Yes,
if
sir.
the installation report is okay, if they have said, that means they have checked everything and they have said it's okay. That goes in our favor. That we have taken adequate precautions as per the company's rule.
No, but they say that time you had this, now you are.
Sir, it is an evolution. Now you have to maintain it all through. So it is not just
4 साल पहले लिया, अभी बोलता है अभी ये सब निकाल दिया.
It has to be dynamic.
Chalo, last question and then
next question is to Kamal sir regarding international travel insurance. Are there network of hospitals which provide cashless? Because most of the times what happens is the insurer has to bear the expenses, and many a times there is some deficiency in the document, so we do not eventually get the amount back. So are there any network of hospitals which we know that in case of any emergency they are going to cover it under cashless?
Now, when I said about when I had gone to Kenya Safari, Masai Mara, I had specifically read where the med-vac will be taken to me. So I knew it where the cashless was.
Kamaljit, I want to ask you, do you have to mention which hospital?
No, sir. The policy, they have their arrangements with the few hospitals. You should know which are those hospitals are. Now with
In a
all the
emergency, where
cashless
are you going to go to search that hospital? Where are you?
sir, you have to tell them. I think so. I'm not very expert on
Let us
this.
ask Dhanasekaran, when you take
Yes,
the
sir.
policy, do you have to mention the hospital name where you are going to
No,
go?
sir, you don't mention the hospital name when you take the policy, but you have a service provider. Say, for example, Heritage Health Insurance Services or a Paramount Health Insurance Services. So they will be the agents in the foreign countries. They have a network worldwide. So if you go to their site, you would understand,
Okay.
like what Dr. Kamalchin said now. He was visiting Kenya, and so he could track which are the hospitals which are available nearby, which are on their network. So if you don't need to do that. For this doctor's question, I would like to say that if he is traveling in Canada and there is some emergency, medical emergency, all that he needs to do is get in touch with the toll-free number that is provided on the policy. They will issue a certificate, which will be a small document. Then you will have the toll-free number, you need to call that toll-free number. Immediate assistance will be provided and they will ask you for your address where you are currently located, and they will guide you to the nearest network hospital. It is their job, it is their duty. They don't fail in this duty. They carry it out quite diligently.
And important thing is that is it the cashless service or it is the, because you don't have that much money at all.
Sir, you just imagine a fracture that I experienced there. They are going to charge me $200,000.
Yeah.
Where will I go for that?
It's not possible. It has to be cashless.
It is cashless, sir.
Okay.
It is cashless.
So I think let us come to the end of this session. It's a wonderful session. And Mr. Dhanasekaran, I'm really thankful for you to have spared your time and given such a wonderful comments and clarity of the thoughts. So thank you very much. With this, we break and then gather again in 10 minutes. For
everybody, please don't leave the hall. I think
Thank
so.
you
We need
from
to.
here. Thank you very much, Mr. Dhanasekaran.
Okay, please everybody don't leave the hall. We should all stand and clap for Sabnis sir effort. His knowledge and everything is par excellence. I think so.
No, for me, nothing, Kamalji. It is your efforts. I am just asking you questions. You are the ones who are clarifying. He is the one who is answering. So let us gather again in 10 minutes.
Hello.
Okay, so let us start our last session. I request all of the people who are outside to come, and we are going to start the last session of this CME. Well, just to give the background of this last session, in almost every conference, almost every meeting, almost every taking dinner and lunch, and this topic comes into the discussion. The discussion is endless, and then at the end, there is no conclusion. So this is a topic which is being discussed at so many places, and this last session, I feel, is going to be the icing on the cake, where it has the potential to generate the questions, which is much more than what we had yesterday and today. And this topic is very close to every one of us, whether we like it or not. We are going to have this scheme with us, and that is on the Ayushman Yojana scheme. This is the government has projected that this is the dream project of Government of India, where the dream is that every person in the country will be covered by the insurance, the biggest ever the insurance scheme in the world. That is what is being claimed. And then the claim is the scheme is drafted in such a way that it appears that it is non-viable scheme from the doctor's point of view. The rates which are there in the different states and different schemes are such that they are non-viable. It is very difficult to continue with those rates. Even if you continue to operate in those rates, eventually the money doesn't come. Some claims are rejected, and eventually you end up in making losses. Many people have taken this Yojana, they have surrendered it. There are some people who do not like it but still continue with it because you can't live with it. And there are a lot of other problems. Now we know that the problems are endless, but at the same time, we have to understand the fact, accept the fact, and digest the fact that this scheme is not going to go away. We have to find out the ways and means by which the scheme can become viable. What are the ways and means of that scheme to make viable? And that is what we are going to discuss it out. So many conferences in the past, we have discussed the problems and limitations of the scheme. But today we are not going to discuss only the problems, but the solution to it. And for that, I invite Dr. Rishi Grover. There are two topics which he is going to merge, and there are two contrasting topics. And that is his ability, that the way he is going to present it. The first one is that the limitations and the problems, and second one is how we make it viable. And once he finishes his talk, we are going to get a very practical answer from Dr. Rajesh, who is a urologist from Trichy, and he is going to tell us that in his state, in Tamil Nadu state, how this scheme has really done a turnaround, how they have made it viable, and that is what we have to learn from their experience. So I request Rishi Grover to start the first talk. He has combined both the talks. The Ayushman Yojana is from Mars and urologists are from Venus. It's a very interesting title. Understanding of this Yojana. And then Ayushman Bharat, yes, we can do it. So Rishi, over to you. Please go ahead.
Big thank you to Sabni sir and USI for giving me the honor to be here today for the first physical conference after a long time. I have 45 minutes. 45 minutes is a long time. For married men, it is very easy to sit silently and listen for long periods of time. Speaking for 45 minutes is something which we are not used to. Anyway, let us start off. Can I have the slides, please? I am very notorious in the West Zone USI for strongly criticizing the scheme. I've been a very vocal critic. I use very provocative slides and very colorful languages in my presentations, and my presentations have had a lot of entertainment value. After every such presentation, I've done many of them. One or the other of my friends would send me this picture and said that someone is watching you, beware. And as of today, I'm just relieved that my registration has not been cancelled. But today, I will try to change my whole perspective and probably try to change your perspective also. I will try to remain unbiased. And by unbiased, I mean I will really remain unbiased. Previously also, I used to say I'll remain unbiased, but out of 50 slides, 1 would be pro and 49 would be against. That probably will change today. I will avoid my usual cursing of the schemes, and yes, no photos of bikinis, bar dancer, Ganta, Babaji ka Tullu, nothing. So basically, we need to understand what is the need for these schemes. Why do these schemes exist in the first place? Are they just a populist gimmick on the part of the government? Are they just oriented towards winning elections, or are they need of the society? Why do they exist to begin with? India is a very big country, but India does not stay only in the big cities or the metros. Something which we need to realize. A lot of us are practicing in the bigger cities. India does not stay. India is large, India is varied. This is India. India stays in the small towns, small cities, the villages. India, more than 95% of India does not stay in the big cities. They do not have access to a lot of facilities, not only health facilities. The economic profile of the country is very different. Some areas are quite well off. The east and the central part of India are not that well off. The south and the north are reasonably well to do. Now let's go to small towns. In small towns, health facilities to begin with are limited because the overall paying capacity of your patient is low. And what happens, we all face this. The higher paying patients, if they have some elective procedures to be done, they will go to a larger hospital in a larger place because they want to spend money. They want to go to a bigger hospital because bigger means better. So again, you are left in the small hospital, you are left with the low paying patient. There is no real incentive, financial incentive for growth or upgradation other than your own interest. So your facilities remain limited and this cycle keeps going on and on. As far as government infrastructure is concerned, we all know the state of that. I don't need to go into those details. We need to understand what is the government's job towards, or what is its duty towards the citizen. According to me, there are 4 things which the government is supposed to provide: security, healthcare, basic education, infrastructure. Unfortunately, all our governments across the board have mostly failed on all these fronts for the more than 70 years now. It's almost 75 years since 47. So to provide these services, what does the government do? What are the options available with them? First option is either privatize, or you go into partnership with the public, or you just outsource everything. There are certain services which cannot involve the private sector at all, like your internal external security, your police, your army, your BSF. These can never go to the private sector. You cannot involve the private sector in any way other than as vendors. Your judiciary, it always has to be a part of the government. Services which can involve the private sector: airlines, hotels, cars, Air India, Hotel Corporation of India, Maruti Suzuki. These were businesses which the government actually had no business to be in the first place. So rightfully, they are going back to the private sector. Nationalized banks now coexist with private banks, but more or less they are on a level playing field. The rules are same for both the private as well as the nationalized banks. Since the government schools are mostly substandard, the private schools flourish, but the government keeps checks and balances on them also. All your roads, airports, highways, everything is now almost like a public-people partnership enterprise. Healthcare. This was a resource which was waiting to be tapped into. All healthcare schemes, any state, any government, are mandatorily involving the private healthcare sector. And surprisingly, no other professionals, architects, lawyers, CAs, engineers, they never have to face the brunt of such schemes. There are no schemes for any of these, to the best of my knowledge. Now the question is, why is the private healthcare being incorporated into these schemes? There are two aspects to this. One is the perception. Health is an essential service. Everyone agrees with that. So there is a big emotional connect. You play upon the people's emotions. A sick person, involves a lot of emotion for the family, for the person, for the society as a whole. It has a high value as a vote-getting tactic. And of course, that tag of noble profession is always going to be there with us. Then there is the practical aspect of why we are being involved. The government sector is incapable of dealing with the sheer volumes. We are a soft target. Private healthcare is present everywhere. It is omnipresent. Just as an example, I'll tell you. Friday night, I was coming from the airport to the hotel. From the airport, once you turn right onto Shamshabad Road, the first thing you see on the right is Paradise Biryani. After that, within 500 meters, there are 5 private hospitals. These are the boards which I could see in the night. When there is a long flyover from the airport. After midway, 15 boards I could read. There are some I have missed while I was typing the names, and there will be so many more in the small lanes where the boards are not visible. So you look left, right, and center. You look out of your hotel room window, you will see probably boards of 2 private hospitals. We are there everywhere, absolutely everywhere. So we are visible. We are basically a resource which is waiting to be tapped. So how to make private healthcare, or to make healthcare, not private healthcare, how does the government propose to make healthcare accessible? So in my view, I see this is like a 3-pronged strategy. Number 1, they increase the number of doctors. Number 2, they retain the doctors which are already there. Number 3, they can outsource it. How do you increase the number of doctors? The professed policy of the government is to have a medical college in every district. Ultimately, this will increase the output of qualified doctors, increase availability, and following the law of demand and supply, with the increase in manpower, the cost is going to go down. How do you retain manpower? You make rural postings compulsory after MBBS, or you give them priority for PG admissions. So these people have to work longer in smaller centers. Manpower cost is going down. The other way to retain manpower is, unfortunately, they increase the PG bonds to such high levels that it is almost impossible for a middle class person to pay off the bond. They are left with no option but to go and serve in the village or the small towns. So again, the law of demand and supply comes into play. But all these things take time. Opening a college, getting people out into the market, functioning graduates, it will take time. What is to be done now? Now you have to outsource it to the existing infrastructure, which is not under your control. That is why the private sector involvement is the bedrock of all government schemes across the board. This is basically an admission of failure on the part of the government. But they have not said it so much, we have failed. They said, we want you to do it. Moving on from here, we all know most of the details of PMJ. I don't think I'll be wasting any time on these. There are a lot of salient features, and they ultimately aim to cover more than 50 crore individuals. Empanelment, if you want to go in, is by a team of government officials and insurance company representatives. The empanelment criteria are quite tough. There is a lot of variation between the states. Specifically, you can get urology as a uronephro cluster in most of the areas where a dialysis machine is mandatory. The number of machines varies from state to state. There are other criteria also, but those can be managed. Who can get empaneled? Any hospital which meets the infrastructure and the manpower criteria can get empaneled. That there is a 10% higher package for NABH hospitals, but that depends upon the state. To the best of my knowledge, no state is paying 10% more to any hospital. There are 3 working models. One is the trust model, which we used to previously have in Gujarat, where the payment comes directly from the government to the trust to the hospital. There is no intermediary. Then there is the insurance model, where the government pays the premium to the insurance company and the hospital deals with the insurance company. And the third is the hybrid model, which works in Chhattisgarh right now. What are the advantages for the patients? One, it's totally free treatment. There is no premium. Whole family is covered. All pre-existing illnesses are covered. The coverage limit is quite reasonable, 5 lakhs. It is reasonably easy to get a card. It is portable. You can go anywhere in the country and get it, other than in the states which don't accept the union. There are some potential disadvantages. this potential word I have introduced now. I did not use it previously after going into the in-depth study. There may be delay in getting treatment. Sometimes these patients are shunted away by hospitals. This is a problem in the bigger areas, not in the smaller areas. In the smaller areas, they actually depend on the patient for the schemes. These, in certain bigger cities, these may be treated as second-class patients and be put on long waiting lists. They may be exposed to substandard treatment like reused disposables, etc. They may be operated upon by unsupervised trainees or sometimes even by non-qualified persons. For the hospital level, what are the problems? The packages are quite low, but they are all inclusive. There are too many open-ended inclusions like lab investigations and radiology. There is no practical or effective provision for complications or extended stay or any unforeseen problems. If you want a consultation from another expert, it is included in that. If the patient stays for a long time, you have to give him meropenem for 5 days, your whole package probably goes in that meropenem only for 5 days. And another bigger problem is conversion of patients from cash to scheme. They are very happy consulting you and paying your consulting fees. The moment you say you will need surgery, the card will come out and say we want the surgery under the card. Everyone faces that at a practical level. Problems outside of the hospital. You are dealing with government hospitals who are often suspicious of your intentions. Dealing with insurance companies, which is probably even a bigger headache. For all those who have done it, they will understand this. The payments are often delayed. There are arbitrary deductions even after the approval comes. This happens mostly where the insurance company is totally in charge. And truly speaking, there is no proper arbitration mechanism for the hospital. If your payments get held up, then they get held up for a very long time. You have to keep fighting a lot for small amounts of money. But there are some advantages also, which has been brought to my notice by my own colleagues. The patients come to you. They are direct patients. The referral practice system is bypassed. There is no cut commission middleman involved. You have peace of mind. Your bed occupancy increases. As far as revenue generation is concerned, we will come back to that in the next presentation. So we look at the problems from 3 or 4 different perspectives. One is the individual perspective, which is probably the roaming urologist. Second is the perspective of a small nursing home type setup. Third is the corporate or a trust hospital. And fourth is from the point of view of Urology Society of India. As a society, what problem it is facing. From the individual perspective, a person who is doing mostly roaming practice, the main issue is a low remuneration, low charges because the packages overall are very low. And a lot of us will be carrying our own instruments. So in those low charges, you have to use your own instruments also. Practically, you have to do it. Ideally, you should not be doing it. Other thing is, if you are going to a hospital and you are getting a lot of referrals from there, if you refuse to do their Yojana cases, they will stop referring you the paying patients also. So, and that is a problem which a lot of us have faced. So you need to keep doing the low paying patients just so that you maintain the inflow of the other patients also. It's a practical problem. The income, though less, is still taxable, and you are still legally liable to any court cases, even if you are doing these charges for very low rate, these cases for very low rates. The problems for nursing homes, well, the empanelment criteria are very difficult, but they are not impossible. So if you really put your mind to it, you can probably get it done. There are NABH like compliances, you need qualified staff, there are periodic audits, you have to maintain staff to bed ratios, even if your beds remain empty. And you probably need additional manpower for doing all the paperwork, uploading the documents, chasing the payments, etc., etc. The packages are all inclusive. But the biggest problem which I have understood is the migration. A lot of the paying patients, the patient who used to pay in cash previously, start migrating to the scheme. For the corporates, it's not that big a deal because this is just another scheme. You may be running ESI, you may be running some other government scheme. The full-timers are there. You are making just making them do some more cases, maybe giving them a little more incentive, maybe not. There is actually no loss to the hospitals. Actually, the footfalls may be increasing, and you are obliging the government by treating their officials under these schemes and all. That happens. For the Urology Society, your members are complaining constantly, and as I believe, the society has gone to the government to get the packages revised, and the answer they got was these packages has been given by some of your own people. We have not made the packages. They have been decided by some urologist. Why do you want to come back to us? You go and talk to them. So it's a dead end basically. What can the society do? We'll again come back to that in the next talk. So basically, this, as Sabni sir just said, this is a scheme which is here to stay. This is a new reality like COVID. In spite of all the problems, you have to find a way out to make it work for you. What is the way forward? The danger is there, but what is the way forward? Well, to be very frank, I really don't know. So that's all for this session. I think I'll just proceed directly to the next one. Now, we come to the question of whether we can do something or not. So I borrowed this slogan from Barack Obama. What is the genesis of this lecture? As I said, I have been a very vocal critic of government schemes. People assume that if I am called, I will go and curse the government and put in some fancy slides. But so many people in the audience are also critical of the schemes. It was repeatedly pointed out to me after many speeches which I have given at various places that you are continue to keep complaining. Is there something which can be done? Can a solution be found out? There is no point in complaining about the same thing again and again. So I was wondering whether there is a way out or not. And then a miracle happened. I was invited to Calcutta Uroinsurancecon in October to give a talk on the same topic. I had my usual colorful slides covering the government. Everyone enjoyed it. Dr. Lal Malani was my chairperson. At the end of the session, this is what he said. He said, Rishi, you did not need to waste 20 minutes to tell us what you just said. We know it is a bad scheme. 5 minutes later, Samnis sir came and told me, I agree with him. Both of them agreeing with each other was like a sign from God. So this was a sign that something had to be done. Dr. Arvind Agarwal in the audience. Immediately after my presentation in Calcutta, he came out to me and said, some of our friends in the East Zone are working very successfully under the schemes. Why don't you talk to them and see what is working for them? That was the starting point of this whole exercise. So I realized that this is something which I cannot do alone. I had to take the help of many people in this venture, many urologists, non-urologists. Each and every member's input has been extremely invaluable. What we set out to achieve was we made a genuine effort to see if the scheme is viable for roaming practice and for small setups. I am not bothered about trust hospitals and corporates. They can look after themselves. There are many questions which remain unanswered and there are many problems which have no evident solution. We have to work on those. The aim basically is how to prevent financial exploitation of the individual urologist and how to assess or whether it is viable for a small setup, nursing home setup or a small multispecialty setup which our own people are running. And is there anything which the USI can do other than just negotiating for an increased rate? Please feel free to disagree. We have tried to do things scientifically, but the methods and the results of this exercise may not be universally acceptable. As I said, India is a very diverse country. What is acceptable to someone in Darbhanga or Sangli or Ropar or Solapur may not be acceptable to Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore or Hyderabad. So differences of opinion are always welcome and that is probably the way forward. First, coming to roaming practice. I spoke to a lot of colleagues. There some formulae which are already working for roaming practice. These are some formulae which are already working. If you are going to a hospital regularly and they get you to do a scheme patient, if for that patient they are paying you charges equal to or around almost equal to the general ward charges, there is no harm in doing because there is no financial exploitation involved. This is one. In some cases, especially where the smaller setups are involved, there is a deal where 35 to 40%, 50% is only from one respondent. Normally it is around 35% of the whole package is given to the surgeon as operative charge. So that is not that bad. It's actually a fair deal. So you go there, irrespective of the package, you get around 35 to 40% of the package. You do your work, you come out. What or how the hospital manages the medicines, disposables, anesthesia, stay, everything, nursing within the rest of the package is the hospital's problem. I think this is fair. You have no liability for whatever else their consumable used or anything. Then there is another way. Some people go to a hospital where they get a fixed monthly retainer with some small incentive for every case. Now this retainer, for example, the hospital pays you about 1 lakh rupees per month. You have to do their Yojana OPDs, for which they may or may not pay you 50-100 rupees. You do their Yojana cases and they pay you 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 rupees for per case, a little bit of this. So this is also not that bad, provided the number of cases you operate are not too high, because the incentive is going to be low. If the number of cases being operated is less, then this works out to be positive for them. Then one of my friends, also I will not name him, what he does is, when he goes to the setup to operate, the owner of that setup pays him 35% of the package upfront in cash. He operates, he takes his cash, he goes home. After 4, 5, 6 months, whenever the money comes, he is paid in check and he returns the cash. So he has money to use for the 6 months. He is not getting a bad deal. And when the payment comes, anyway, the money is only his only. Plus, you also have to understand that sometimes you may have to adjust a little bit. You cannot insist on, okay, I will take these charges only, because you are probably depending or getting some other referrals from that hospital also. So little practicality has to be maintained. You may have to maintain your relations with the hospital for the long term. For the nursing homes, I approached 3 colleagues who are working successfully and satisfactorily under. I deliberately chose 3 centers: Ahmedabad, which is a big city; Jabalpur, slightly smaller; and Sahibganj in Jharkhand, which is a very small center. And their inputs were taken into the whole analysis. All are very positive, very enthusiastic. They are very satisfied and happy to continue working. And all of them have said one thing: this is not viable, this is profitable. So now we are not talking of viability, we are talking of how to make it profitable. This used to be my view. So we have our own views. It's not that the pessimists have no views in the world. But what is the problem with us? What is it that these people, and there will be many more like them also, they can see something, they have made, they are seeing something, an opportunity, and we are not able to see what they are working on. What is the positive find? Don't we have any business acumen? Are we afraid to join because we feel it is too much of work for too little money? Are we just lazy? Are we just too pessimistic? Or are we just biased against the scheme? We hear the word scheme and we go back. I used to be in the last category. I was completely biased. Try to take away that bias now. Now, among these 3, there were some common features. These are not your classical single person run single specialty nursing homes. They are reasonably big hospitals, at least 50 to 60 beds. I think Amit has 100 beds. They also have other specialties which are also empaneled under the scheme. Third, all of these 3, I spoke to them, they have a very strong spirit of entrepreneurship. Sumit Kumar, unfortunately, is not here. He had a wedding today in the family. He started off with 1 hemodialysis machine. Most of us will say, as long as I keep getting the operative work, I am happy doing that hemodialysis just for show. But he upgraded from 1 hemodialysis machine. Today he has 3 hemodialysis machines. He's paid off more than 50% of his hospital loans, and he's brought a laser and he's doing RIRS based solely on the profits of the Yojana, exclusively from these earnings. This is an eye-opener. Rohit Joshi, he's a qualified MBA. He has very strong people skills. Once you meet him, you won't forget him, he won't forget you. He successfully runs 2 setups in Ahmedabad. Amit Gaur, we all know, he is the Rajnikant of Eurofinance. He can do anything and everything. So, these people were doing something which we always said that cannot be done. They are doing it. So, with a willingness to learn from them, or with a willingness to accept that we are at fault probably, we went ahead. We approached a lot of people. We tried to get an estimate of the costing of how this thing would work out. Some of the collaborators, some pathologists and radiologists, requested not to be named because they said we cannot officially quote such low charges. Now, please understand one thing. Whenever we say we are calculating the costing, we are not using the standard or conventional accounting methods. You are not going to have separate headings for bed charge, nursing charge, visit charge, professional fees, this, that, etc. Nothing. What you are going to do is you are going to calculate the costs under one heading. You deduct the cost from the package. Whatever is left is your revenue. That is the way nursing homes work. Nursing homes don't work under separate headings. And you remember this, whatever is left is still taxable. The urologists were tasked with getting statistics, getting deals from vendors, calculating procedure-wise expenses, explaining to us tips and tricks of how to cut costs during roaming, how they made it work in their setups. The anesthesia people were said, see, you are in a scenario where a hospital, for example, a hospital is giving you a routine work on a day-to-day basis. What are the special rates would you offer to us? And for sake of simplicity and costing, we considered spinal anesthesia to be the default setting for all cases. Pathologists were tasked in two different ways. Since a lot of us do not have in-house labs, so we asked them to calculate the cost in two different ways. And I'll give you the rationale for that. We said that, okay, supposing you are a lab and I am giving you a maximum amount of my work or work from a hospital. Now we have a certain subset of patients where we want you to give us special rates. What is the best rate you can give us? So that was one heading. The second is, if you have an in-house lab, then the costing comes to only the cost for the reagents used. Because your manpower is already there, your infrastructure is already there, and it is a running lab. So that is why if you have an in-house lab, then the costing for the lab reports goes down much significant. Single person labs, a chain of labs and a corporate lab were approached for getting this costing. The radiologists accordingly were given the scenario that there is a center which is giving you or referring a large number of patients to you on a daily basis. What is the special rate you will give us for the scheme patients? And you have to give us the rate calculated if you are giving us the hard copy and without the hard copy. Again, we contacted three different type of people: single person run setup, a corporate setup, and we have certain groups of radiologists who run CT scan MRI centers. In this, standby anesthetist charges were excluded. And we went to our regular vendors and the pharmacies nearby and told them to give us a cost of the procurement cost of all the materials which they are getting. For the sake of this study, I have got the procurement cost of all branded stuff. And as far as possible, I have tried to use the brand names also here. If you go for generic, it works out still cheaper. I sincerely thank Chirag Patel and Dr. Kaushik Shah from Surat, my friend Harpreet Singh from Jamshedpur. Sumit Kumar is not here, and Rohit and Amit, they have been instrumental in getting this study completed. Pathologist was Dr. Anuja from Ahmedabad, Dr. Binaka Thakkar, who is Kapil's wife. They are single person lab, private lab owners. And then we have our chain of labs. Dr. Jitesh Dungrani is from Surat. Then one CT scan center refused to be named. And there were two private radiologists whom we refer the patients to regularly for their estimates. These are our anesthetists who come to our setup on a day-to-day basis, and both of them have more than 15 years of experience. Special thanks to Dr. Shrikant Rajimwala. You don't know him. He is the nodal officer for Ayushman Bharat scheme in Chhattisgarh. He was instrumental in getting a lot of doubts cleared. Dr. Lalit Shah, he is the go-to person for all the small queries, legal, not legal, whatever, and he answers them very frankly. Subnis sir, I don't have words to thank him. Dr. Arvind Agarwal, sir, you were the person who set the ball rolling basically. Now, there is going to be a lot of difference in the practice patterns, and we cannot have a across the board solution for everything. So we have to work on certain basic assumptions. So the first basic assumption is that you have your own running nursing home. You are not going to open a special nursing home for an Ayushman scheme. The setup has to meet the manpower and infrastructure requirements for empanelment. Those are not negotiable. Those are generally the requirements which are asked for by the local authorities. So you should be having them anyway. The cost of time spent by you for this process is not being considered. If you have free time, that means you should not be enrolling for the scheme. You are going for this scheme because you have free time, your patients are going away. According to our analysis, PCNL was the commonest procedure being done. URS and TURP form the next two major procedures. So we will be, for the basis of costing, we will consider only these three procedures. And also we all know the majority of cases are straightforward, do not require a lot of materials. There are generally no post-op complications, very little morbidity. The really complicated cases are very far away, few and far in between. The other thing is, you are not looking to earn from the laboratory or the radiology, whether it is in-house or outsourced. The packages are fixed, they are not going to change. The scheme is here to stay. First heading is the registration fees. This has to be done. Once they come to you for a visit, you have to pay the registration fee, which is around 35,000-40,000 rupees, depending on the state, not more than 50. And if you are empaneled, you have to give a bank guarantee. The bank guarantee is in the form of a guarantee. The money is in an FD or some other account. It stays with you, but the bank gives a guarantee against that to the government. Hemodialysis machine is mandatory as of now. I was discussing with Amit today, and he said in Jabalpur, hemodialysis machine is not mandatory. So probably the state government has some leeway in this. But as of the National Health Authority guidelines, urology and nephrology can come only as a cluster. You cannot take them separately. The minimum number of machines required is variable from state to state. In Gujarat, you need 3. Jharkhand only 1 does. 1 is enough. ESWL is mandatory, but it can be shown as an outsourced service. You need not have it in-house. There are a lot of visible expenses which we'll calculate. There are invisible expenses, like you may need to take additional administrative staff, and time is an invisible expense. But as I said, if you are already busy, you don't enroll. You don't need the scheme. In case of, as I said, the in-house lab, only the consumables or the reagents cost is considered. When outsourced, the lab's overheads also have to be factored in. So these are the best deals which we could get from the labs. If you can see, if you have an in-house lab, the difference is significant between the best deal, even the best deal which the outsourced lab gives you. Your regular charges are probably double of this. Some observations after getting these rates. The basic running cost which was calculated was leased by the junior most pathologist. They made it a point to tell me that the cost is directly proportional to the quality of reagents used. They also made it a point, I am being politically incorrect, that the cost goes down if the referring person does not expect anything in return. As expected, the bigger chains and the corporates offered a higher rate. For radiology, this was the best rate we could get from the people, but these are both people who have more than 15 to 20 years of experience. Without the plates, they reduced about 100 to 200 rupees per case. And you actually don't need the plate because you have to upload the soft copy on the website. In some states, like in Chhattisgarh, CT urography is not covered under the scheme. The patient has to get it done himself. Even in Jharkhand, it is not covered. The single person setups offered a better deal for the USGs and X-ray other than the bigger, rather as compared to the bigger setups. The juniors, of course, offered a better rate. For CT, there was a wide variation. Surprisingly, the bigger center offered us a better rate. I don't know how it works out. So the workable solution is that if you don't have an in-house, and most of us will not have an in-house X-ray department, the USG or X-ray tie-up has to be with a single person setup, and of course the CT you have to send to a CT scan center. Anesthesia fees, these were the best our anesthetist could give us. And I don't think they are bad at all. They are absolutely not bad. Spinal is the default setting, and the rates are subject to the condition that they routinely get a good amount of better paying work from the hospital. That is a prerequisite. I was discussing with Rohit, and he has said that if you have full timers, then it works out even cheaper for you. But small nursing homes do not have that luxury, so we have to calculate it as a separate heading. This is the procurement price of drugs rounded off to the nearest full number. There's no point dwelling on these for a long time. These are for all the OT disposables routinely used. I can share the Excel sheets with you. All the packages include everything, and these are some of the common packages. So we will be considering only URS, PCNL, TURP. One interesting thing which I found was the package rates have been recently increased in August, September this year. RIRS is not there in the list of surgeries covered under Ayushman Yojana. Now again, that differs from state to state. So for the sake of simplicity, we have calculated for URS maybe a 1 to 2 day stay, about 1.5 days of stay, 3 doses of IV antibiotics, about 3 liters of fluids, spinal anesthesia, 2 liters of irrigant, and we have assumed that we'll be putting a stent in all cases. This is what it comes out to. The total cost comes to around 8 to 9,000 rupees. So from a package of 28,000 rupees, you are still left with about 18 to 19,000 rupees. This is what you are left with. For PCNL, this is how we calculated: about 2 days stay, approximately 4 doses of IV antibiotics, 5 liters of IV fluids, spinal anesthesia, and an average 9 liters. Sometimes you'll be using 3, sometimes you'll be using 6, sometimes you'll be using 15. And again, a stent is assumed that we'll be putting a stent in all cases. Again, the costing comes out to be about 10,000 rupees for PCNL. You are still left with about 24 to 25,000 rupees. Even if it is 10% more, you are still left with more than 20,000 rupees for a PCNL. Now, these figures may not appear very large to people who are working in bigger centers or in bigger cities or in corporates. But for a small setup in a small area, especially in the north of India, in the east of India, and if you have a large volume of patients, these numbers turn into very big numbers. They are very significant. For TURP, the calculation was based on, say, a 3-day stay, 5 to 6 doses of IV antibiotics. We just took this as a ballpark figure of, say, 12 liters of glycine and 6 liters of irrigant post-op. Here, it works out a little, it's not that good, but it's not bad. The costing comes to around 10,000 rupees. You are still left with about 16 to 17,000 rupees. It looks like a small amount. If you calculate the volumes, it goes up to a big amount. For the smaller towns, these numbers are significant. There are other tips and tricks. Don't get the hard copies of the X-ray. You save 200 rupees per case by just getting the soft copy. Amit suggested that for your URS, you should use a zebra guide wire because it lasts much longer than your Terumos. ETO and reuse of some disposables is acceptable even under NABH. So that can be done if you have an ETO machine. For PCNLs, go for plastic sheath, reduce the recurrent cost of a disposable, go for metal sheath and reduce the recurrent cost of a disposable plastic sheath. And try to get as many investigations done as possible on an OPD basis before admission. So levels at which this could work. At the nursing home level, as I said, it is difficult, but possible. It's not impossible. Or this is just an idea which came to me. Maybe few urologists in a city can get together, make a small setup with the bare minimum of facilities required and do only Yojana cases over there. You can have one OT, bare minimum of beds, bare minimum of staff. You don't need to have rooms, you don't need to have AC ward, nothing at all. If the Yojana doesn't want that. USI, what can the USI do? They can keep negotiating with the government on rates. They can ask for tax breaks. They can get some mechanism to get materials at discounted rates. We don't know. But you would, even having done this, you would still have to deal with suspicious government officials. Your insurance company representatives are still a problem. Your paying patients are still migrating to the scheme. Once enrolled, you cannot refuse to accept a case for any reason. And you are still open. Your legal liability still exists. You can still be taken to court for a problem. How can the USI help? In my opinion, if the USI can get the NHA to de-link urology from nephrology as an empanelment criteria, this is the biggest service it will be doing to get Ayushman accepted by the small nursing home setups. And I appeal to the present and the future president of USI to please work on this. If the uro is leading from nephro and the requirement for the dialysis and nephrology is gone, it will be much easier for the small setups to empanel and to work under the schemes. And definitely many more people will be able to empanel and work under the schemes. Of course, you could always have a redressal cell separately for scheme related problems because the numbers are so large. And you may be some liaison with NHA for scheme related empaneled hospitals or urologists. Now, I used to be like this. And a lot of my friends in the audience are wondering why I have become conciliatory all of a sudden. It's an overnight transformation. They have not expected this from me. Probably with maturity, you realize that there are some battles which you cannot win, no matter how much you fight. So, maturity also dictates that if you cannot fight the battle, you should not start it. When you cannot get what you want, you should start liking what you already have. Before signing off, I'll just take you to 3 case studies. We all know Geo. When Geo came, they cut the tariffs, they broke the market, they took the pants off of Idea, Vodafone, Airtel, Docomo, everything. Other than Idea, Vodafone Idea had to come together to survive. Airtel could survive because of its size. Everyone else has disappeared. Only based on cost. We are a very cost sensitive market. Those who could not cut costs, they have disappeared. Okay. How many people in this audience have come by an Indigo flight? Can you raise your hands, please? Large majority. Almost everybody has come by an Indigo flight. Indigo was not there 2 decades ago. When they came into the market, they changed the rules. Till then, the norm was full service. You go, you pay, buy a ticket, you will be served a meal, whether you want it or not. That price is incorporated. They came. This same model of delinking the seat charges from the food and other facilities was tried by Air Deccan, but it was on a very small scale, and ultimately it was taken over by Malia, the Kingfisher. What Indigo did was he did it on a big scale. They cut the tariffs. They separated the seat charges, the basic fare, from the food, from your, all the other things which we have to buy now. So the base ticket fare went down. The Indian, average Indian who wants to travel will not want to spend so much on food. If they want, they can buy it separately. No one wants to buy it. A lot of the people won't buy it. Even I was not buying till a few years ago. So to survive, not to be profitable, to survive, the other airlines either had to follow in their footsteps or they had to reduce their tariffs. Only those who could control the cost, they could survive. Kingfisher went down because it could not control cost. Same was for Jet. It was poorly managed. Kingfisher changed the rules just based on cost. There is another case study. How many of you have even heard of this thing? A GeoMart partner. Has anyone heard of this? Show of hands. Okay, hardly anyone. I'll tell you what it is. GeoMart partner is a way where Ambani is going to undermine Amazon. This is the next big disruption which is coming in the market. Amazon has a huge presence in the online market. Beating them in that same game does not appear possible because they have a worldwide presence. And as we have seen, wherever Ambani enters, he aims for complete domination of the market. He doesn't want a small share. He wants to dominate the whole market. Since I think he has realized that he cannot beat Amazon at its own game, what he has done. Now, just give me a few minutes. You have, for example, a company, Colgate-Palmolive. They make a tube of toothpaste that they give to their authorized distributor for 80 rupees. He sells it to the retailer for 90 rupees. The retailer sells it to the consumer, the end user, for 100 rupees. The distributor gets it for 80 rupees because he is buying in bulk. For him, the bulk is probably 5,000 units, 15,000, 10,000 units. What GeoMart is doing is he is buying the same toothpaste, maybe 2 lakh units together. They get it at, say, 65 rupees. They sell it to the retailer directly for 80 rupees. The retailer sells it to the customer for 95 rupees. Now, in this supply chain, everyone is happy. The customer is getting it for 5 rupees less. In spite of this, the retailer is making 5 rupees more. Who is cut out in between? The distributor. And the end user is getting it cheaper than he would get it online. So by undermining, this GeoMart partner service is undermining the online market by making the things to be cheaper offline. You go to the Kirana store, you get it cheaper than you get on Amazon. That is the model. This is going to disrupt. You see, within the next 4 or 5 years, this is going to come in. Case study. This is this is a case in progress, and the results of this we are already seeing. It is said that a storm breaks trees, but it only bends the grass. The tree stands rigid. It breaks because the storm is very strong. That storm is already here. It is our choice whether we would like to bend or whether we risk being uprooted. Either you have to be very strong finances to not be uprooted, or you just have to bend till the storm is going on. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rishi. You have really done the justice to the topics which are given to you. You have really highlighted in your first talk that what are the problems, and the second talk was completely different, that how it is better, how it is viable, and not only viable, how it is profitable. Now, before we take on the questions, I invite Dr. Rajesh. He is the urologist from Trichy, and he is going to tell us an extension of what Dr. Rishi has said, that how it is made profitable and viable. He is actually going to tell us the Tamil Nadu model, where it has made the difference. It is in reality, it is in practicable. And let us hear from him, and then let us take some questions. So over to you, Rajesh. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Abhi sir and USF for having this wonderful opportunity. It's lunchtime, and most of us will be feeling hungry. For our hungriness, we can take either a cup of tea or a good lunch. Rishi insisted me to have just tea, but I need a better lunch for my afternoon session. So, this is a Tamil Nadu model of government insurance. It is called as Chief Minister's Comprehensive Health Insurance Scheme from the year 2009. Actually, Dr. Y.S.R. Reddy, he's a visionary who started the scheme in the name of Rajiv Arogya Shri in the year 2007. And seeing the importance of this scheme, Tamil Nadu government just modified the scheme, and in 2009, we have the scheme as Kalaignar Kaappeedu Thittam. And 2011, Ms. Jayalalitha modified the scheme a better way, and it was called as Chief Minister's Insurance Scheme. It has a coverage of 5 lakhs per family per year. The premium was paid by the government. And now, in Tamil Nadu, both central government PMJY scheme and state government schemes are integrated from the year 2018. Initially, it was funded mainly by the state government. Now, the funding 60% by the central government and 40% by the state government. Apart from this, we have another scheme. It's called Government Employees and Pensioners Health Insurance Scheme. Here, the premium was paid by the employee, and it is supervised by the government. Before going to that, we should know about the universal health coverage. This is one of the important criteria of United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals of 2015. In this, we should know about 3 important aspects. One is they are telling that quality health services without any financial hardship for the patients. They are not bothered about the doctors. So, second thing is, after the treatment, there should not be any financial, the patient should not go into any debts. These are the main aim of this universal health coverage. When comparing Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, the population is 7.9 and population of below poverty line is 11% in Tamil Nadu and 10%. Whereas the cards have been issued for 53% of the population of Tamil Nadu and 90% of the population of Andhra. What does it mean? Even though they are telling below poverty line, it is not like that. They are giving cards for all the public, and we are forced to do low service. Are we happy with the scheme in Tamil Nadu? Yes. In the year 2009, when it was introduced, we have a huge amount of patients. So at that time, the tariff was okay. So we learned a lot of PCNL in that time. So most of the urologists are happy with that. Up to 2011 also, it's okay, and the tariff was okay. From 2011, they reduced the tariff, and now for the PCNL, they are giving 28,000 rupees. So 2021 is not at all okay for us. The present day problem, as Rishi discussed, the worst tariff, we cannot cover even 20% of the total expenses. Quality treatment is not possible. And you are supervised by a liaison officer. There is a separate call center where they used to call 500 calls every day to ensure the cashless policy. Suppose if any extra money is collected, you have to repay the money with the penalty. So the government is exploiting, government, insurance companies and public, everything, all exploiting doctors. Not only that, some hospitals are exploiting freelancing urologists. I know 1,000 rupees given for a PCNL by some hospitals. So the universal health coverage, they are more bothered about they are telling without suffering financial hardship. of the patients, whereas the doctors can suffer financial hardship. The government's justification for the lowest quotation, this is mentioned in the article published in the SPM journal. They are telling majority of the private hospitals are empaneled. Second, there is a long waiting list for the others to join. So the scheme is beneficial either financially or otherwise. This is the document by the government. So why this happened? The reason is no cost analysis has been done by the government, insurance company, urologist, IMA, nursing home board till now. No proper representation, no proper discussion with the government, no uniform consensus among us. And the various problems are here we have freelancing urologists have a separate problem, small hospitals have a separate problem, and corporate have a separate problem. So we have a fixed negative idea that government will never respond to our demands. So who are doing the cases in the scheme at present in Tamil Nadu? Patient, high volume centers where a junior salary urologist is appointed. Suppose the owner is a urologist, reuse of gloves, official extra fee collection, other malpractices, unofficial understanding with officers. So government scheme is very pathetic now. Substandard care, inadequate treatment. So what we did in Tamil Nadu? Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry Association of Urology, we called as Tapasu, and I am the treasurer of the association. So they allotted me to do cost analysis for all the urological procedures which is done in the government hospitals. So coming to the cost, what is cost? Cost is a measure of the resources used in the production of a service. What is price? What individuals are charged when they buy the service. Now comes the price. What is price? Price includes cost plus profit. Most of the doctors are not aware of what is cost. Then it will take another 5 to 10 years for us to know about the billing. Coming to the profit, most of the business, the profit comes from around 5% to 50%. Say the in IT departments, they have a margin of 50% profit. As far as my knowledge is concerned, most of the hospitals, they have only 5 to 10% of the margin, and even most of them are not having that profit. Coming to the expenses, there are visible expenses and invisible expenses. The invisible expenses, you know, the building rate, depreciation, instrument depreciation, property tax, water tax, all this comes. These invisible taxes, expenses are not only invisible to the patients, but also invisible to the freelancing urologist from the hospital point of view. The freelancing urologists, they don't know the invisible expenses incurred by the hospital. Because I am a freelancing urologist, I am in government service, and now I am a hospital owner. So I have all the three experiences. And these are the invisible expenses faced by the freelancing urologist, which most of the hospital owners may not know, or maybe knowing, but maybe not giving importance. So how we did cost analysis? So for the pre-op investigation, which is done in government hospital, Tiruchirappalli, it comes around 10,000 rupees. Pre-op drugs, 3,700. Room rent and nursing charge, 3,800. OT expenses, 46,000 rupees. Doctor's fees, 9,000. Post-op management, 3,000. Post-op investigation, 2,700. So, for a URS, for a period of 5 days stay in government hospital, the cost comes around 94,000 rupees. I have not included the profit in this. Second, I have not included the right side, that is comorbid factors, surgeon skill. Suppose a senior surgeon operates, how can I fix the charge? And the rent of the hospital and other expenses, this I have not included. So we did the cost analysis, and the same copy was sent by all the HOD of 18 medical colleges to the government. As we discussed, we requested everybody, as it is, the work is done by association, all the HODs send the same report to the government. So the government called us for discussion, only 3 chiefs went there, and even with that chief we had a discussion. So after discussion, what has happened? For the government employees health insurance scheme, the GO has been released with a better tariff. And for the government employee, that is for general public, that is chief minister scheme, we are expecting the GO shortly. Now I am sharing the new tariff approved by the government employees So for transplant, they're giving 7.5 lakhs. In the our costing, we see for the PCNL, I have given 1.5 lakhs. The government has approved 1.5 lakhs. For URS, my quotation is 1.4 lakhs. Government has approved 1 lakh. For uteroplasty, 2 lakhs. And for nephrectomy, 2 lakhs. And for OE, 1 lakh. For pyeloplasty, 2 lakhs. And for SPC, 45,000. You may ask, I can do SPC in my OP itself. It is not that. SPC is a surgical procedure. It should be done in a theatre only. Just because we are not doing the ward, it is not correct. And I want to enlighten two important things. So all the tariff is more than 1 lakh. So for megatoplasty, 1.25 lakhs. For paraphimosis, 50,000 rupees. See, one of my friend is telling, this is a huge amount. See, it is not like that. You are working for 15 years of life to get MCH PG, and after 30 years of experience, can't we have a reasonable life? Are we not deserved it? We can have a cup of coffee and do URS. But I am expecting a better tariff, because in 5 years' time, the same situation goes. Most of the junior urologists will commit suicide because of the financial problems. This is the status what in Tamil Nadu. So we are struggling to do something for that. What next we are going to Tamil Nadu? We have discussed this with the private insurance companies, and the discussion is going on. And we are going to fix the surgery fees for each individual freelancing junior most urologist. I cannot fix the fees for senior urologist, but we have fixed charges for junior urologist. And this letter has been sent to all the hospital owners. So it is your job to give the fees, so that the freelancing urologists can have better life, hospitals can have better life, corporates can also have a better life. And for the corporates, we have given some classes. That is, you can charge instrument fees as you like above what we have given the insurance. So for the corporate also, we have to think about the expenses, and they have their flexibility to increase the charges. Our request is, this is the minimum charge for any of the small hospitals. Patients are ours. It's our hard work. We give the best care. We sacrifice our lifetime. Why should the insurance company boss over us? Why should we compromise on our fees? So lessons learned is, the cost analysis and pricing should be done by the association of the every state, because nobody can do this. And in our experience, only association can do, and it has a meaning. And the price has to be revised every year. Whereas insurance agreement is for 4 years, that is not our botheration. The price has to be revised every year as per the money value. And all should charge above the referral basic price which is given by the association, with your additional charges for your unique services. Manpower, experience, instrument, expertise variable as per the case and the treating doctor. So the tariff should go above the reference value given by the association. And all the one important thing is, all the hospitals which are registered under CEA, that is Clinical Establishment Act, should be an empaneled hospital for all the insurance default. Then only our problems will come down. Second, there should not be any grading for the hospitals as far as urology is concerned, because in small hospital, laser machine is the same, the flexible scope is the same. So the expenses actually incurred by the small hospital is more, because suppose in a city or city center, city hospital, they are in 100 URS per month, 100 flexible scope. Whereas the periphery, we may be doing 10 cases. Whereas the same AMC and same instrument cost. So what we feel is, the cost expensive by the small hospitals in periphery is almost more than the corporate hospital for spending each patient. So cashless is always a loss. I always used to say, my friends, if you're accepting cashless, it means we are brainless. And demand for the suppose if the payment is delayed, we have to ask for interest for every day. This we should insist from the association. And for new hospitals who are accepting the package charges of any insurance, don't accept any fixed packages. Please don't accept any fixed packages. Always ask for an open package. We deserve much more unity from the heart. For this common cause, if you are united, we can commend. Thank you.
Rajesh, after your talk, everybody in the USA will like to go to Tamil Nadu and reduce only one paraphimosis per day. And we keep doing one paraphimosis reduction per day and then enjoy the rest of the life. So that is what is likely to happen. But nevertheless, I think one important message, what Rajesh has presented and what Rishi has presented, is that what he very rightly said, that there were 18 HODs which were called by the government for discussion of the tariff, and all HODs gave the same, they talked in the same language, same figure, same thing. I think that is extremely important. And what Rishi also mentioned, that when he discussed with the people of the Ayushman Yojana as to why this such low figure and why this is that, they said your own people have given this figure. So the difference lies that his government doesn't have any idea what is the cost of particular surgery, what is the cost of particular equipment, and is that they will rely on their own doctors, what they are going to tell. Now, if our own doctors, the problem lies with our own people. Our own doctors, if they don't tell that this is the what is the correct cost, this is what is required, this is what is required, government is going to rely only on them. And what he rightly presented is that 18 HODs, there was a panel of 18 HODs, and all these HODs said that this is what is the figure, and the result is that the government has approved that figure. So that I think is extremely important. It is for all of us eye-opener that if your own people, if you have unity in your own mind, in your own association, in your own state and cities, things can be worked out. So with this, I think let us have some questions and let us have some discussion on this topic. I'm sure actually Rishi has clarified almost everything. May I request Rajesh and Rishi to come on the dais, please? Rajesh.
Sir, I would just like to request Amit and Rohit to come on the stage.
Please come.
For this
Please
purpose,
come.
I am like make my trip or Ola Uber. I am the aggregator. They are the actual service.
So Rohit, Rajesh and Amit, please come on the dais, and there will be a lot of questions, I know, because this is the area which is close to everybody's heart. We have been suffering, we have been benefited. And before we start the questions and take up the questions, I would like to tell one small story. And when I was visiting to many people and this, and I visited one of the private medical college, there was some workshop going on. And when we had the free time, we were chatting around that. And I was discussing with the HOD of a urology in a private medical college. What he said, it was an eye-opener. What he said is that before this Ayushman and other cards came in, the tendency of the private medical college urologists to work on paper and focus on their private practice. Everybody was allowed officially to do private practice. So they would just come for namesake, work in the hospital, and then go away. Whatever work was done, it was left over to something. And it was, we know that this is how the private colleges were working on. After introduction of this Yojana, the patients who were coming to their hospital were all from the less supporting class, and they were all, most of them had this Yojana card, Ayushman card, or in our side it was Ma card and things like that. And they were getting for per surgery what urology department was doing, they were getting whatever is given, say 15,000, 20,000 per surgery, they were getting it. So that is how the administration of the private college worked out. And what they did is that if you do a department of urology does one PURP and it is say 20,000 is sanctioned, the hospital had divided that money, say 50% will go to the hospital, 50% will go to the department, and inside the department they had arrangement that 50% amount which comes to the department, that will be divided in particular percentage to the as per the seniority. So it was divided, and part of that will go to anesthetists. Now with that, what started happening is that people were interested in doing more and more surgeries because they would get more revenue. They will get, this is in addition to the salary which they, in any case, they were getting it. So people started doing more and more work. Anesthetists who were completely reluctant for doing surgery, even at 5 o'clock, the case has come, oh yeah, come, take. Because they knew eventually the money is going to come to them. Slowly, the work increased. The people who were focusing more on the private practice and going here and there outside started reducing their practice outside, and ultimately they stopped. They said, why should we go out in the outside the hospital? We'll focus more in this hospital because we are getting the money from this. They were getting the money much more than their salary ultimately per month. So they were focusing more on that. Eventually what happened is that the surgeries number was high, though, so the MCH students were getting more and more surgeries because HOD would say, okay, you do this case, you do this case, because anyways he is not interested in doing much work. So the residents were getting more work, the lecturers were getting more work. In the process, the name of the hospital was spread this outside, and the people starting selecting those hospitals by choice because here there's a lot of good work. The residents are getting more and more work. Because it was ranked very high from the resident point of view, the fees of the hospital, the MCS was raised. So everything worked out for them. It was a win-win situation just because they took the Ayushman Yojana and card. It was a win-win situation for the hospital, for the doctors, for the resident, for the patient. Patients were happy because they were not paying anything. They came and next day surgery was done, which otherwise they had to wait and they were sent back and this is not done. Eventually they had to go out and things like that. So if you actually work out in a proper way, it's a win-win situation for everything. So with that note, let us start the questions now. Please go ahead.
I am practicing urologist in Tamil Nadu, sir. I practice in a small town called Viluppuram. Here, basically, we face the main problems of this Tamil Nadu scheme. I've been operating for past 10 years in scheme. More than 70% my patients comes under scheme. Even the village VAO, even the Tahsildar I operated under the scheme card. I don't know how they get these scheme cards. Who is a government official, is not eligible. According to the law, it is only below 72,000 of that property should be there. But practically, every official who is a village chief who has got millions of money, he comes with a card to operate. I did card for a village head under CM scheme. So it is very real, pathetic in Tamil Nadu. 90% of the fellows have this card. We are unable to practically do anything.
No, but that is why what you have said is a reality, is eye-opener. In fact, I will tell you our experience that patients who come, they have no card and thing. And I say, okay, they come next week with a card.
Yes.
Whatever is their thing.
But sir, that is not our prerogative. We raised the issue in a DGRC meeting with collector. He said that is none of your business.
Yes, so that's true. That is our prerogative whom to give card, and he showed the figure.
Sir, can I
that only 10% are below poverty who are actually eligible, but 90% is covered in the
Sir, the Tamil Nadu government website, they have given us the card is eligible for 70,000 rupees per year. One.
Correct.
Second, the scheme is for poor, near poor, and another word they used. Poor, near poor, and some other name they used. So it is not clear. It is not the only 70,000 rupees. Anybody is eligible for the card. This is what the websites of Tamil Nadu government says. Similarly, in Andhra Pradesh, they are given card for 90%, and in one of the websites, they are telling 90% of the populations of Andhra is below poverty line. As for when they discuss
so
about
anyway,
the scheme.
This reality, we can't do anything. There is nothing we can do about it, and therefore the whole genesis of this particular lecture is that we have to live with it, and now we have to find out the solution as to how we can make it not viable, but profitable.
Another problem is one fellow, he came with 3 insurance cards. His son is working in US, he has got private insurance. And his second son is a government official, he has got government card. And this fellow, he has got a CM card. He brings all 3 cards and he just shows to me. I don't know what to choose. Then I left him to his choice. Then they discussed, they said, we'll go under CM scheme. So I had no option to operate under CM scheme. If I had used a private card, I would get 1 lakh. But already I get 3,000 rupees. So this is the problem of reality and difficulty. We are unable to do it.
No, but that we can't do anything for that. It's very clear, and everybody's experiences say
Sir,
that people come with the card. They come with
They have to honor it.
high-end car, and then they want everything to be done in the car. That is beyond our scope to discuss. So let us discuss the core points. So if you have
Sir, what he is saying is, sir, the same case, bilateral renal stones, the fellow had insurance as well as the Yojana, and he wanted one side, a mini perk, which is not there in that. Other side, there was a big stone, so he wanted PCNL. So we catered one in Yojana, other in insurance company. Next day, we got a show cause notice from the DGRC that why can't we de-empanel you? Because there is a provision of doing PCNL on both the sides. Why did you cater? We said it's a choice which is made by patient. Still, we got a notice, sir. So we have to accept it and play with it.
So anyway, any next question?
Yes, sir. One more comment, sir. And Rajesh has fixed the tariff for 1 lakh and all these things, TRP, everything. One of my auditor, he discussed, see, you have worked for 15 years for nothing. You have got a MCH degree for nothing. Your investment is your 15 years of lifetime. You have to be charged for it, number one. Second thing is, if you have hospital, you do charge for a corridor, veranda, or the open space, or what is the rent of your hospital, what is the rent of your other extra spaces, your gardens, are you charging for it? No, sir, it's not possible. So it has to come to the practicality and reality.
Yeah.
So you have to charge for your hospital,
Rajesh,
corridor
what
and
you
garden
showed these
also.
Figures which are approved, they are implemented, or they are not yet implemented.
But the government employees is implemented, sir.
It is only for government employees.
Government employees is implemented.
Not for general population.
For general population, they fix the rate. See, then the rate is around for TRP 80,000 rupees. From 16,000, they revise to 80,000 rupees. The difference is 10% less than what they are given for the government employees. 10%.
So in Chief Minister Yojana, all these rates will be there for even for such people who are offering that scheme?
Yes, sir. But for URS in government employees 1 lakh.
No, that's okay. Government employees okay. For general public, if they take this CM Yojana, CM scheme,
yes, sir.
Then every practitioner, every person who is empaneled in that will get same tariff.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From next year. From next year.
Tamil Nadu, so why are you having problem?
So from next year, sir, actually, the contract period is over by this December. So from 2022, they are revising the charges. The GO80 is released.
So this will be released from the July 22.
Sir, I request 22. Get the official mail shared with each of everyone so we can present in our own
state
state.
Starts, actually, it will be good for the other states.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you go ahead.
So I can share the GO released for the government employees. That is available.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Malik, go ahead. Yes. Question.
So the table is really turned around with this scheme, and definitely ours is one such center where the actual incurring cost to the patient for particular surgery at times has been quite below what the schemes are providing. So what I feel that really patients are being helped, and the scheme is going to stay.
Correct.
So we have to think beyond it, that it is really a bold statement what sir has made about charging 7,000 for workstation for particular surgery, which nobody else otherwise would have thought of. Considering that it is all inclusive in a surgical charge, and that is how we can quote more.
Correct.
If we are being asked to pay 10 lakhs for a messed up URS case, why not to charge a good amount, even if we think that it can be done for 20,000 or 25,000? So I think it is all our right to ask for. Unless we ask for, nobody is going to give us. But sir, the issue here is one that sir has raised. The question is about the misuse of the card. That if the person has got 3 cards, they are coming to us and sending us, just getting us noticed. Why not the linking of Aadhaar card or such thing can be proven that this is the issue with the patient himself and not with
No, I will give.
whenever we are being given
Let us stop this discussion. I will tell you one simple answer. We had last time when we had discussion with the Ayushman in charge in our state, and this issue was raised in last conference only. So government officials were very clear that if you find such disparity, you please report to us with the evidences, and then they will see what is to be done. So our job is only to report, and it is impossible for us to find out any evidence on that. So we have to accept it. That okay, that's fine.
So second thing about quite undue queries. I mean, Rishi Bhai is quite aware, and we have had this discussion in groups as well. Just day before yesterday, I had this one query. Kindly provide certificates of the operating doctor and justify the need of hospitalization.
So
Now, how
Amit,
can a surgery be performed
So,
without hospitalization?
there is no problem. Don't take to this heart. There are several such queries keep coming. For example, a pyonephrosis patient, plan was PCNL. First came, we did PC, and they said, how can you change? So there is a justification. Don't take it to your heart.
Sir,
Simple
no,
document
sir.
said
The
that
problem here
there is no
comes
problem.
The patient was admitted on Monday. The surgery was being performed on Tuesday. Patient's relatives with two other guys kept coming. Sir, we have got a message on admission. Your 35,000 are deducted. Now, why are you not performing surgery? And when I'm explaining him that we have got a query, though we don't have such time, but still I try to explain this patient that this is the query. We can even give written proof. Accept it. Not all the time possible. Still, the patients are under this dilemma that hospital is doing something fishy.
No,
and not
the
getting
moment you lodge a claim, the moment you send a pre-authorization of PCNL, the next moment, the portal will send a message to the beneficiary, 35,000 deducted. But the portal which we are operating in a hospital end, that will have all the queries. So you can always share the screenshot with them. There is no problem.
So may not be in our hand, but
counseling
can
and
we
explaining
regularize
which will-
this about this deduction something? At least the patients don't live under the impression that their money is deducted and the hospital is not performing surgery.
Show them the portal on your computer. No, what is the problem? There is a portal of Yojana. You show them. This is it. Your guy will show them. Why you get into that? No problem.
Patient aggression is something which we have to learn to live with. It's not going to.
See, if you issue a wrong certificate, you are penalized. So the one who is using a wrong or My Yojana card, to those who are not eligible, can we go in court for them that they have not
That
issued
is
the
that
certificate?
discussion is beyond the
Let me
scope of.
complete. Let me complete. And penalize for them for not discharging the duty properly to the person who has issued that card.
Kaushik, that is beyond our scope. We cannot discuss
So you
that
can just
matter.
report it.
What you are saying is correct, but that is beyond the scope of this discussion. So let us
But
not discuss
it
that.
is the scope of USA and the organization.
No, it is not beyond the scope.
What
USI doesn't
association?
come in the picture. It is USI. It is beyond our scope. It is like questioning the government for doing something which is beyond our scope. So go ahead.
Sir, in-house facilities for radiology, anesthetists, even surgeon does help in this. That is for sure. Even if when these charges are not viable, but maybe this turning away from us, that it becomes urologist's responsibility if a hospital has to run under this scheme, and then we have to go and convince for the better rates, and you had to ask the radiologist to give better rate. Why a scheme cannot be applicable to these specialties as well? In what way, I don't know. But the point is that a radiologist has to be convinced by the surgeon to reduce the rate for reducing the incurring cost. And why not such scheme can be applicable to the investigation?
No, you see, the simple question which government officials give is that whatever your queries and grudges which are there, you keep reporting, keep sending to them. When they take review and when their government has their urologist panel, they will put it to them, and once they approve it, the government will approve it. What you are saying that this should be correct, government is not going to accept it. They are saying, we have our own people, I will take input from them. If they think that it is viable, if they think that is a correct charge, if they think this is appropriate, they will suitably modify.
Sir, there is one thing which has been added in recent clusters. Now, see, like the COVID test, they have now sealed the price. Initially, it was 4,500. Now it is brought down to 600. So now government has taken this only. What he is asking is, why can't a radiology X-ray investigation can be sealed, that it should not be more than 300 rupees? That has been done, sir. In the new cluster now, there is a CT scan cluster which you can get approved and give it your patients under that. So that thing is already done. So that is done. Don't worry. You go through and the
take
cluster
care of all
completely.
these things.
And one thing is, sir, about the blanket coverage. We, like Nephro Hospital, would have got a combined cluster. They are asking us to carry out free OPDs, while nephrology people won't see patients.
January onwards, there will be differentiation. There will be isolated urology cluster. It is already there. Right now, nephrology cluster is merged with the physicians cluster. January 15th or 16th, they are going to separate the urology, nephrology in Gujarat.
In the latest packages which have come, there are a lot of post-op packages. Like for post-op RIRS, you have 1,000. Post-op TURP, you have 1,500. Things are like that have been added now.
Now, for PCNL,
And that is because of repeated presentations which we have made remaining in the system in a fair way. So they are doing it.
for PCNL, sir has quoted plain package of PCNL. Suppose what we do is PCNL plus DJ stenting. So DJ stenting is the procedure which is reduced to 50%. So you get around 5 to 5,000 rupees added to the 35,000. Now there is another procedure. You call him after 15 days. There is a post PCNL follow up. That is around 1500 rupees. You see him, you prescribe him medicines. So one particular card, one particular patient, and then stent removal is around 6,500. Sorry, 5,500. So you see how the volume is increasing. The revenue you are getting from one particular patient. Now, one more point which I wanted to stress here is, in every case you can add a DJ stenting. For TURP, you keep post the patient for a preoperative cystoscopy. This is a regularly which is being done in our place.
No, sir. I beg to differ here. DJ stenting. Surgery is not allowed. No, I beg to differ. DJ stenting has been scrapped out. DJ stent removal has been scrapped out in at least Gujarat.
You cannot. You can't. Cystoscopy, RCP, and stenting. That is not allowed.
No. It is different from state to state, sir.
In Gujarat, it is suspended, sir.
It is not allowed. We are regularly doing it.
No, but Dr. Amit, it may not be possible for a high volume center. Let me accept it. Even if we have got a team of 10 people to do this job, it is not possible. They are now asking for photographs, intra-op, post-op, everything.
That is everywhere.
No,
even our VVF was done. They have asked.
I understand that an incurring cost from a particular patient, a card holder, can be good enough. But as what sir said, now many things are getting scrapped off for this reason only.
Just go slow.
Sir, in Tamil Nadu,
something, Malik.
Sir,
let us see. There are two things which have been very striking to me today. We have done hard work of 15 years and became MCH. Doesn't mean that we have to earn more money. That's not the way we should talk about. That we have done by our passion, not to make more money. We are eligible or we are certified to make more money is never the point of discussion here. Second thing, never deviate the indications of surgery to make money. These two things cannot go together. This is a very scientific meeting where these sort of a discussions cannot come into place. I differ in this way of discussion. Why these things have come? Why the CGHS whole bloody thing has come? We have done for a TUR fellow a cystoscopy, OIU and TURP. That's the reason why overbilling has happened in the previous years, and that's the reason why all these derivatives have come today. Let us not go back into a similar discussion.
Right, sir.
I think you need to get into the point that we have worked hard to become urologists by passion, not to earn more money, to be legitimate to make more money. If that is the case, people sitting in a PGA MER taking 3 lakh salary and worked all his, my classmate Shravan Kumar takes a 2,75,000 salary and trained hundreds of urologists till now. What are they meant for then? I'm sorry, dear gentlemen. I think I got my point properly.
Correct.
Sir, in Tamil Nadu also, initially this cystoscopy and the TURP and OI, all these combined procedures initially they gave. Initially, later they cut up everything. Now the tariff is very, very low. This will also going to happen in the scheme also. So we should not compromise in any of the treatment modality. We should not change our plans. What is necessary for the patient, we can do it.
No, this was done by many people. That one surgery was split into 4 things: cystoscopy separate thing, RGP separate thing, PCNA separate thing, digestion. That is completely gone. They have realized that this was not a proper thing. It is gone. In fact, Gujarat, it is completely scrapped.
Scrapped off, sir. Yeah, nobody got paid.
14,500 rupees for a TURP on a retired IAS of in government scheme, CGHS scheme.
But for that we can't add VIU. We can't compromise our ethics.
Add, but
so
you have to justify it. The prices have not. I am not saying a justification to add anything. My point is, like sir said, is 14,500 rupees justified?
No, that we have to
different
discussing with the people.
My question is completely
and in
different.
fact, Rajesh, the presentation is eye-opener that if you persist with the people, then the government also is receptive and they will modify the charges very suitably to make it viable, to make it profitable.
Sir, that is where, sir, I have one, sir, request from you, sir. All the Yojana, PMJ Yojana rates are usually fixed by the authorities who are sitting in the urology chairs in the government setup.
Correct.
Now, what we represented many times is that government has everything. They are full-time anesthetists, salaried. They are giving them grants. They are giving them free medications. In a private setup, we have to cater everything on payment basis. So your charges should be differential between a government setup and a private setup. So they more or less agreed, and the rates which are fixed, the low, which complaint was raised by Rishi, these are done by our own colleagues who are sitting in the urology chair. So as a USI, as a body, sir, we could request, our colleagues that, whenever such, because they don't invite us, sir. So the problem is they don't invite us.
That these charges are actually given by our own people, and Rohit, when those people came last time
In FinanceCon, yeah.
They in fact promised, this matter was raised, they promised that, okay, we'll ask your state association and this to this. They never invited. They never did anything. They just promised, but eventually they will take feedback only from their doctors. And therefore, I appreciate Tamil Nadu model, where government doctors themselves suggested this figure and then the government approved. So that is the eye opener. That is what we have to learn. Kamaljit, yes.
So,
Kamaljit.
I will take 2 minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
20 seconds.
Go ahead.
Sir, we'll shift to Tamil Nadu, sir. We'll close down our setup.
I personally thinking of getting to. No.
So whatever given the GO, I have just.
Hold on.
It is our money only which is being diverted off for something which is not of that value. So if you are asking something, ask a value which is attached to that. Don't overestimate it and then.
So anyway, I think that's a matter.
See, on any day, Subnis, before it is passed, before it is passed, they'll contemplate with this sort of a rates what will be the health budget. Health budget is already fixed. The government is not going to by 1%, 0.1% or 3%, not by 10%.
Whether it is implemented or not. So let us see from next year whether this will get implemented or not. So Kamalji, please go.
Okay, I will talk on starting with Dr. Rishi Grover's speech. The presentation was, I was very critical about the scheme. I run reasonably sized 100-bedded hospital. I started, though I was empaneled under Ayushman, but the ego of a surgeon, 6-foot Sardar, मैं आयुष्मान भारत क्यों करूं? When I can charge 78,000 to 1 lakh rupees for a patient, I stopped doing it. That dwindled my cases over a period of time. To realize at a later stage that these schemes do give you a lot of benefits. Every second or the third patient in your OPD will carry an Ayushman Bharat card after he has heard expenses from you. How much is the package? If you start refusing them, to all the younger urologists, please don't do it. Start doing it. It will make you very professionally very good, and you will be earning and making a lot of good clientage base. What I liked about Dr. Rajesh's speeches was that this is the time the bigger organization like USI should step in to at least make up some basic rates. Let's start making some representation. We have a dynamic president, Dr. Mallikarjun. We have more dynamic president coming in. There are a lot of dynamism which is coming into urology. I will request the USI to now start moving in this direction. Let's start guiding the future of the urology in some different directions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what Kamaljit has said and what the presentations which are made is very important, that eventually you stop criticizing this Ayushman Bharat, because ultimately Ayushman Bharat, if you actually, I was in Bhubaneswar last week, and the way they presented this, for them, this is a dream project. It is successful. And in fact, not only that, they are going to expand it and cover it everybody. So you cannot escape from this Ayushman Bharat. You have to live with it and find out the ways and means in which it can become viable, it can become profitable. And the presentation which we made here is that there is evidence that it can become profitable. So we have to learn from that.
Dr. Rishi, you had quoted that for a particular surgery from the allotted amount,
you can remove the mask.
Surgeon
remove
gets
the mask,
about,
please.
Surgeon gets about 30%. You said you're 30 to 50% for a freelance urologist.
Yes.
But this doesn't often happen in most hospitals.
This is something which I see. This is a disclosure. I don't do any Ayushman work in any hospital ever. This is the feedback which I have got from my own colleagues. These are things which are working. What I have presented is actually what is happening. I have not made it up.
So this is
working.
So
we have to get the deal with the hospital.
No, because very often.
Sir, I will. This is. I'll just like to say, this is what my input was to Dr. Rishi, sir. There are periphery centers where I am going. Upfront, 35% of the package is given to me in cash because he gets a lot of volume with that. Whenever I go there, I operate around 8 to 10 cases, spinal cases. So that gives you a good amount of 30% of the whole package, 35% of the whole package. And the reverse, as sir explained.
So in short, the message is that you should ask for the 35% of the total package money. If a particular hospital is not giving, you say, sorry, I will not
Sir,
come.
this is where I want.
There are other people who will offer you that, and then you start continuing
This
in
is
that hospital.
I worked for a corporate hospital in my city, and they paid me 20%.
Refuse.
No,
Sir,
sir.
there is a thumb rule 35, 35, 30. 35 goes to the radiology, anesthesia, medicine, and pathology. 35% to hospital, and 30 is for the consultant. That is, even I get 30% of my own hospital. That is a rough formula.
So
work it out.
what is
sir.
the
Work it out.
No, what happens is immediately the moment you ask, no, the minimum is 30%, they will try to bargain for 22, 25. No. This is what happened to me. Finally, when you refuse, they call another urologist to do their work. Now, what we have done in our places, in my place, Salem, is our trust, a Salem Urology Trust, all the urologists got together and we fixed a minimum price that any urologist should get for a particular surgery. So now this has started to work because we follow the Trichy model where the anesthetist fixed a particular fee. This should be the basic minimum fee when I come for a particular surgery. Say 5,000 for a cesarean. So we followed that and it has started to work. So what I mean to say is, if you have a unity amongst yourselves,
Correct.
it works.
Absolutely. If it is unity, if our own people start price war, there is no end to it. But if we have a unity, they have to agree for it. Where will they go? Without you, they will not be able to do surgery.
Sir,
That you can't help it then. There will be pie checkers everywhere.
I am
So just
telling
ignore
you,
it.
the other specialties have got much poorer packages.
Yes, urology.
Urology has got one of the best packages.
Sir, in this new benefit packages, all the rates have slashed barring urology, sir. We were doing 9,000 URS, now it has gone to 27,000. That is because we have been ethical. Correct.
Sir, in Tamil Nadu, of the 26 departments, only urology and neurology have revised the charges. Remaining 26 departments, same tariff. The reason is they have not submitted the cost analysis. They did not project it properly. So remaining 26 departments, same tariff exists till now.
No, I think Tamil Nadu, they have progressed well because if you have attended that last Eurofinance call, Prabhakar had given the same thing, presentation, and the charges which they had calculated and projected was so attractive. And he has given the evidence that government has issued the order that these charges will be there.
Yeah, I think one important message from Rajesh's presentation, and then what even my previous speaker and then Sapnil sir has also spoken across, is let us not look at the price what Rajesh has projected there. The bottom line here is all of us sticking together.
Correct.
And let me reiterate the point. The reason why I've come back and said the same thing, though Karthik had spoken before me, that we are all a bunch of good people. We can always find a reasonable cost for a reasonable procedure. All of us look at when we do a public scheme, we are not looking at charging X amount or X plus 2 or something. We always also look at that area. All of us have done a lot of free cases. It's not that someone has requested you, sir, someone is poor, can you please do it? All of us have done that with our own instrumentation. So I think the other important aspect which Rajesh has also put out is that the association which has worked with the people who are actually with the government. I think these are the two major take-homes of this particular talk which I am looking at. Thank you.
Completely agree. Fully agree. Shailesh.
So, can I request the USI to do a multi-center analysis from each state, at least 2 centers, to do the real cost analysis, and let us make up a full proper statement so that we can represent the government. And even though Rajesh statements is little bit high and is projectable, But definitely when it comes to finance department, they will cut down the slash to at least 50%. So
No, I will tell you a story of that because this offer and this always keeps coming that why should USI not do, why USI is not doing, what is USI doing, this should be done by USI. See, USI made a lot of efforts. In fact, I remember I was the part of the delegation when we went to meet the government officials with Dr. Kotwal was president at that time. And they said, okay, they heard us. They said, okay, whatever you have brought in writing, you give it to us. After that, they did not do anything. The follow-up visits were made. What has happened to it? We are thinking over it. We are thinking over it. They will not respond to us because our association doesn't have that power. For that matter, not only our association, any of the association, we have no power. We have no power even to suggest the curriculum and a syllabus. They decide, government, university will decide their own doctors, their own panel, their own thing, which they have decided. And they will they will take input from them. You go as a third party, you put your representation, okay, we'll take your suggestion, we'll put to our people, our committee, if they approve, we'll have discussion, they will approve and disapprove, whatever. Ultimately, it is their own people. And who are they? They are part of USI. And therefore, they have to understand that they have to see the larger interest of the whole society and give a very reasonable figures, which is not too inflated, which is not unviable. It is appropriate figures which should be accepted by government and this. And what he has said is that 18 HODs, they had a panel which was appointed by government and all spoke in the same way, same language. Now, if you are united, if you are speaking in the same language, any university, any government, everybody will accept it. So that is what is the problem. USI alone, they will not take into consideration anybody.
no, sir, at least it will be useful for the freelancing knowledge. What is the standard? What is the standard,
The standard
price?
will differ. That's why this exercise will differ completely from city to city. Now, what USI suggests a figure which is completely unviable to Mumbai and which is completely profitable to some other village. So there cannot be a complete blanket statement that this is what is the figure. It is going to vary from state to state, in the state itself, city to city, and the city itself from area to area. So you can't have any blanket the figure that this is what is the figure for a ureteroscopy. It is going to be different. Even government has made that it is going to be a different. Why they have made this grades of the city is not only that the ureteroscope is same and the laser is same cost, but the labor cost, the cost of the civil structure, cost of your rent, cost of your land is going to be different. Even if you have a same machine cost of laser and flexible ureteroscopy in Mumbai, but in Mumbai you have to pay to the person who is working much higher than what you are going to pay in a small town. So that cost is going to be variable. It cannot be uniform for everybody. Shailesh bhai, you want to say something?
I had a comment. I was present in a Uroinsurancecon in Nadiyad, and you had called all the officers from government of Gujarat.
Yeah.
And I'm today impressed by Rusi when he was out. He showed his all the changes in the transformation in thinking. Now, I give my experience that I work, as you know, for 25 years in IKDRC. And we always see when a poor patient comes in a limited amount of money, how do you work? Most of us are trained in government hospital. So 10 years back when my Yojana started, I was the senior. Today also I'm a senior most in Ahmedabad with Janak and Ketan and all. So when we took a Yojana, most of the junior urologists were criticizing it. In general, my cashless charges and payment charges are high, but by that time I had retired from government hospital. So between 9 to 2 or 4, anyway, I was doing free work. So I wanted to do free work or give back to the society. So I don't think that everybody should think in that way. In a minimum, and then one of my fellow or my assistant urologist will keep on doing it. Rohit, as he said, that initially my Yojana was paying only 8,000 rupees for URS and 21,000 for PCNL, and still our hospital was making money out of that by doing a spinal anesthesia work. We were using a red rubber tube when the PCNL with the tube it was done. So we have to understand and learn how to do cost-effective surgery also. That is one. Today he counted everything. There is he counted everything, and there is the reason. Everybody has to learn that if a poor patient comes, similar quality by skill, by using less amount of money, you should be able to give that surgery. That is one. Secondly, the constant degradation of the government, and to fight with the government and every time to say Urology Society of India should come has not worked. In Gujarat, the charges were decided by our own colleague who are in other medical college, and they don't have a patient to work. So they said that we are ready to do in 2 to 5,000. So most of the time, people sitting here, they talk different things on the dais, and when it is done outside, they do different things. We are always enemy of our colleague. If as a senior person in the city, if I do not see the interest of the junior urologist, then I have no right to talk in the USI level. So that over the time we did it, the government, the PMJY rate are 3 to 4 times higher than CGHS rate.
Correct.
When I operate on an income tax commissioner, and I can't do anything, he comes and gives me a paper of PCNL, there is a 7,000 charge. I get 35,000 rupees in PMJY. I don't do it. They have never written, but it is under my observation. So what I'm trying to say that instead of contradicting, instead of raising resistance against it, let us all find out in each state how can you handle, because now they have done a state-wise different rule. But PMJY has made a difference. Even there is a treatment for prostatitis. Insurance people don't pay for penile prosthesis. PMJY pays for penile prosthesis. You will surprised to know they give money for Botox injection also. So every single treatment are covered in PMJY, but 90% of the senior urologists think that if I say that I do PMJY, my value goes down. And I have faced that. When I took a PMJY, all my middle ranked and lower ranked or junior urologists were saying कि सबसे senior urologist को ये मफत का भाव में क्यों करना चाहिए? नहीं करना चाहिए. क्या हुआ? Over the 10 years, government has become more and more powerful. So, by going away from the main path, you cannot achieve. I think all the senior people also have to support to the junior people, and USI at every level, like, because if Sabnis can help us in Gujarat state, but he cannot help in Tamil Nadu or in the south as a
Tamil Nadu doesn't need help, sir.
No, we need help from every state has a different rule. So my request to my colleague is to help the junior colleague, and they should also do this work for the poor patient.
True, sir.
90%, most of the patients are poor.
And Sapni sir, there are so many, sir, like re-resection, restaging TURBT, check cystoscopy have been introduced.
Third thing I am telling, secretaries, health secretaries, very rich people also come with the car.
Correct.
But you should be having a courage to go down and tell that, sir, do you need this card surgery? This is what I have done.
Correct.
If you tell me I will do free, I even don't need from government.
Correct.
But please don't insist us to do free of charge. And they have understood and they have accepted. They have gone back because they are rich, and I said that if you ask us, we will do. But then one poor patient will lose surgery because of you.
Correct. No, I think what Shailesh in nutshell has said very, very true, that it is our own people who say that so many things here, but when they sit with the government, their approach becomes completely different. They suggest something totally different what has been discussed and what has been said and what they themselves tell here. This we have faced. when we approached the government officials and this, they showed that, okay, they showed actually the names, that these are the names who have suggested these figures. So what are you telling? Are they not urologists? Are they not your own people, association people? So what face we had? We had no face at all. So I think it is our own people. It is our own people we have to suggest. And that's why the message of this session, the two messages, is that one, that PMJY Ayushman Bharat is here to stay. It is for the junior people to accept rather than criticizing, find out the ways and means. They have shown the ways. Find out your own way of making it viable and eventually profitable. And second thing is that if we have a unity, if all our senior people, they think of a junior people and ensure that appropriate figures are given when the government calls the expert, so-called expert for their interpretation and their feedback, they should ensure that appropriate figures are given. And Rohit also has shown that if you have a persistence, definitely things will change, and things will change, things will become better, until things will not only become viable, the things will become profitable. So I think with that positive note, Rishi, you want to say?
Just one more point. There is one more reality which we need to accept as of today. I think Dr. Malik has said this again and again. The law sees us as service providers. The public sees us as a service provider. We have to recognize that we are service providers. We cannot go under the tag of the noble profession for too long. You are service providers. Correct. Whatever you do in urology is your passion. You earn out of it. That is your compulsion. But all said and done, you are a service provider and you have to behave like that.
Correct. And sir, one more thing, don't accept this, embrace it. The moment you embrace it, you will have to love it.
Yeah. So with this positive note, let us end this particular, the whole conference. And it was a wonderful discussion for last 1.5 days. And I really thank all the audience who have participated extremely well. In fact, in spite of keeping 1 hour of question and answer, we still felt that the time was short. So that shows that there is so much of interest in the audience, in the mind of people, and they wanted this the doubts to be clarified. With this, I thank everyone, and I want Mallikarjun to say the last word.
That's more than
Malik will have a last word to tell before we depart. So thank you, Malik, for giving us the wonderful opportunity here and your hospitality. Deepak Ragori is there. Give big hands to Deepak Ragori and Mallikarjun.
Thank you, dear. No, but we need to. We need to mention about certain names. You see, in fact, the Karta is Sabnis. We all know about it, and the Sutradhar is Sabnis who wanted it. But there was one person by name Radha Krishna who I introduced to him regarding from the insurance sector, and he is a man who identifies those 3 individuals as a faculty to us. I think we need to write a letter. He was the boss of Good Health Plan before, and now it is headed by Srinath who has come yesterday. So we gave him the topics, that these are the topics we want to cover, and he selected these 3 individuals who we spoke with yesterday and today. So these are the 3 individuals, and I think we need to send on the behalf of us. I think on behalf of USI.
On behalf of USI, that will write.
We have to write for all the faculty.
Thanking him that his inputs and his was remarkable.
Absolutely, and I think we have to thank him for all the thing what has been done to us. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Any inconveniences, please pardon us if there is any.
जय गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Come, everybody come.